You know, he's more powerful than anything else. Ako ikot ikot abe pinantin to ako hazit out khada zogna ako aben jungo ale pinato ja ano show last week the lagana ya le da ala is in a Calvary church that others hanas other ninka is Kodo 30 people Kodoka Ninka Doni Hito 30 Asade Sabotida Zeta La Foto Akonde Kotza Akonde Dan Hila Shop Toji Hato Ayo Dan Hini Dan Hila Nihisodadi Zendole Dan Hila. That's from Calvary Church. They said, we love you, Toji. We're going to be praying for you, they said. So they pick up trash for us. Some of them, they came from a different state. They flew in by airplane. They wanted to know where Toji was. So it was that we had a good time here. We had Chick-fil-A come out and serve us in the afternoon. They served us sandwiches and soda and water. So as of now, we have a quorum,
Officials Committee, D, Tohajale Land Board Member, E, Tohajale Community School Board of Education, F, Canoncito Band and Navajo's Health Center, G, Tohajale Navajo Courthouse, H, Wild Member Council, I, Other. 6, Unfinished Business, 6A, TNC 2026-006, resolution of the Tuajali Navajo Chapter, Canoncito Band of Navajos, approving January 2026 financial report provided by Secretary Treasurer. Note did not receive enough votes from March 24, 2026 regular meeting 1203 with quorum present, then item table at April 15, 2026 regular meeting. B, TNC 2026-015, resolution of the Tuajali Navajo Chapter, Canoncito Band of Navajos, approving February 2026 financial statement report provided by Secretary Treasurer. Note did not receive enough votes from March 24th, 2026 regular meeting 1203 with quorum present, and then item table at April 15th, 2026 regular meeting. C, TNC 2026, resolution of the Tuajali Navajo Chapter, Canoncito Band of Navajos, requesting the Navajo Housing Authority and its hired architectural engineering firm to provide technical assistance in the planning, designing, environmental, and archaeological clearance for a new sewer lagoon with mainline corridor, and directing the Navajo Land Department to approve the land withdrawal designation of the 23 acres parcel of land south of the Navajo Housing Authority tract. The new lagoon will replace the current existing lagoon due to major erosions between cells. In addition, Tuajali Chapter hereby accepts ownership, operation, and maintenance responsibilities on the new sewer lagoon system. Note did not receive enough votes from March 24, 2026 regular meeting with quorum present 1901, then item table on April 15, 2026 regular meeting. D, TNC 2026, resolution of the Tuajali Navajo Chapter, Canoncito Band of Navajos, approving March 2026 financial statement report provided by the Secretary Treasurer, item table at April 15, 2026 regular meeting. E, TNC 2026-022, resolution of the Tuajali Navajo Chapter, Canoncito Band of Navajos, to approve and authorize the acceptance of the 2026 Navajo Nation sales tax distribution in the amount of $16,322.00, 16,000 for fiscal year 2026. Note item table at April 15, 2026 regular meeting. F, TNC 2026-025, resolution of the Tuajali Navajo Chapter, Canoncito Band of Navajos, requesting the Bureau of Indian Affairs provide and deliver culverts and gravel materials for road maintenance and improvements to via A Route 7071. Note, see new resolution at TNC 2026-033. 7, new business. 7A, TNC 2026, resolution of the Tuajali Navajo Chapter, Canoncito Band of Navajos, approving April 2026 financial statement report provided by the Secretary Treasurer. B, TNC 2026-028, resolution of the Tuajali Navajo Chapter, Canoncito Band of Navajos, adopting the chapter's rules of order pursuant to Navajo Nation Local Governance Act to govern and conduct of chapter meetings. C, TNC 2026-029, resolution of the Tuajali Navajo Chapter, Canoncito Band of Navajos, approving and adopting the policies and procedures for virtual hybrid chapter meetings pursuant to the Local Governance Act amendments. D, TNC 2026-030, resolution of the Tuajali Navajo Chapter, Canoncito Band of Navajos, to approve and authorize the acceptance of the 2026 Navajo Nation Emergency Fund in the amount of $54,987.00 for fiscal year 2026. E, TNC 2026-031, resolution of the Tuajali Navajo Chapter, Canoncito Band of Navajos, to approve and authorize acceptance of the Navajo Nation General Fund carryover fiscal year 2026 in the amount of $9,642.00 for fiscal year 2026. F, TNC 2026-032, resolution of the Tuajali Navajo Chapter, Canoncito Band of Navajos, to approve and authorize acceptance of the Navajo Nation gaming carryover fiscal year 2026 in the amount of $2,995.27 for fiscal year 2026. G, TNC 2026033, resolution of the Fraudulent Navajo chapter, Canoncito Band of Navajos, authorization and endorsement for the Canoncito chapter, Fraudulent Land Board member, and CBN Fraudulent chapter to collaborate with the Navajo Nation Department of Transportation for improvements to Tribal Road 7071 of the Fraudulent Courthouse. I'll do this. H, TNC 2026-2003, I'm sorry, H, TNC 2026-034, resolution of the Fraudulent Navajo chapter, Canoncito Band of Navajos, to approve and authorize the housing discretionary assistance for registered Fraudulent Navajo community members utilizing the housing discretionary funds, account in the amount not to exceed 2026 fiscal year allocations for Joseph Abachino and Geneva Sosi. 8, announcement. 9, benediction. 10, adjournment. Next meeting, Fraudulent Navajo chapter planning meeting, June 10th, 2026 at 2 o'clock p.m. Fraudulent Navajo chapter regular meeting, June 24th, 2026 at 2 o'clock p.m. Community members, that is your agenda. For this, I would like if the motioning party could do, let's see, after the approval of agenda, go to 4, then 6, then 7, and then from there we'll finish off with reports. So, community members.
I have a question real quick.
Question.
Letter H, where it says Joseph Apachino and Geneva Sosi. During the planning meeting, it was only announced that Joseph Apachino was on the list. So how did Geneva Sosi get on the list? I'm just asking because I thought you had to be at the planning meeting also. So I'm just
Because I
wondering.
hear you, can you come up and, I don't know, so that's not a share way.
Okay, my question is to letter H. My question is to letter H. I know Joseph Apachino was here at the planning meeting regarding discretionary funds. But at the time, we didn't see Geneva Sosi. And at the time, Cheryl did indicate those were the only applicants. And she said that's what she received. So I don't understand how this individual is added to the agenda. That's just my question.
Oh, I think that, I think that needs to go back to the planning meeting on June. She requested this and they should all be present here. It's just during the regular meeting, I think that word sharing. Excuse me.
Secretary, accept your recommendations on changes
We can't hear you.
to those procedures. Any other additions according to your policies and procedures? procedures requires an amendment to the law.
Repeat it.
So there's a request to take my recommendations and leave it as is and then switch the agenda around, but as far as the addition, I don't know if community members have a copy of this, but this one should go to the planning meeting. There's a request on this side from Raquel, so I don't know how that's going to go.
Mr. Secretary and Mr. President, any other request to add or delete items from this agenda needs to be by amendment and vote. That's the way the rules of procedure are. If you have it here, we might as well start following it.
I'd like to make a motion to add the resolution that Raquel has made. I'd like to add Sergeant at Arms. I'd like to request and make a motion to add, to start with, after the meeting minutes, to start with item 7. With that, I make that motion.
It's not gentlemen, it's not Kayla, the kidney, right? Who's gonna second the motion?
One second it.
Or Laura seconded. Agora ele dá este sila adana e parece só que dois só não. Agora Khalid acho que acho que na sindi se pelo de ele de jabata Khalid acho que na sindi those that say we're going to add this to the agenda. And also the Sergeant of Arms, Loretta Botero, Joko, we need there's a motion on the floor and a second on the floor. I guess as of now we vote. All in favor, raise your right hand. Ako natine o gonila it's ajasham. It's ajasham. Opposed? None. Abstain? 1. 2. Ako ela ko it's. Ako. We need 25 votes to pass, I guess we go back to the main motion. Khalid Echo, Ashikut Echo. We need 25 people to approve this. Ashikut Echo.
There's 25 present. That's what Jordan does in the minutes. There's 25 community members present in the meeting. So Jordan does those meeting minutes that way. If not, I'd like to request for a revote, please.
We want to do what is right here. We want to acknowledge what others that try to come in with their or do we take this to the planning meeting?
No.
Or do we approve it as of now?
We have 25 people.
Then he was me
I got motion Ilya. Bennett, I got 25 there.
Oh,
I put on that issue not. I should die today. Change the level, put the I'll put that on these. Leave it as is. Let's go on with the meeting.
Isabel?
Could you clarify what we're voting on? Maybe some of us don't understand what's going on.
An add-on, feedback.
We're voting for two things, one and the other one,
Oh,
open it.
oh,
Does everybody have a copy?
these are then I like on. No, I think it has to be. Well, you're going to get a copy. Raquel, and we'll get you some coffee. Yes. Say nothing, you did that.
Yes. President Lord, election, on has not okay. Different chapter.
You're requesting discretionary fund, is that what you're saying?
I need my pen. Yeah.
Oh, okay, you have a complete application.
I don't know how many officials have gone through. Add on.
You are requesting what?
I need my pen. Housing discretion.
Okay, housing discretion, sure. I can't manage the property that, ako, Khalid Ash put Edore, Ash pushing Christ supported. Joseph, go ahead, Joseph.
All she wants to do is find out about her application. She put in her application, that's all she wants to know. We don't have to talk about anything else.
I think the rule is that, you have to, be at the planning meeting for, if you want to, request for discretionary fund. But we can't just put you on there because we have a lot of items here. And that's why we just can't, put you on the planning meeting. I got, but did you request it, at the planning meeting? This is just coming from if it's coming from Sherilyn, we shouldn't allow it. And she has to come to the planning meeting. Out there, Yaviva, Joe, isn't it? planning job at every agent John Alhare in Nahido at any time of Indian. About our in the egg for the egg, not ended or Jano to Korea country. About Ella.
Young Asian man, Konhada is station man, Atan Hansen. The never change now, they also Tabajinido. A queen, she is K at the night and no people, Nendia. Not Annie and K at night and no people. Could have been Gelishta, Nishman so city or Josha, a Nathan. Which a now ito ay ta kung specialist so. Ado takito nene. Takito ni every meeting jo asa net play for this. Jo kone scale art kone pa net kyo. Ntato ni. Nasa kahit hanangat jish. Kung hada is day. Ashita so derzen. Perché la vita vuole cadere sapete non hai da registro cadere che sempre to the agenda need a resolution is so that a other way that so see that she next month I think about notice.
No, we did. We added the resolution.
Did request, then this is your request. For Jackie, do you have something?
Did not so sped a note it I eta ni trust ni to eta epe ka otzi to eta epe that take it is not go a can't as I don't know the hasla epe laho ekwa eta ni ne ako Hadet adi a case title tanan kitne. Eta ebe na zito eta ebe kene as ako didi ki pito so hat need o hat need. Ako ero kala ne ena anin ne na jinta ne kuita kashet na kapan sin case kitne ne dinki kodo aneja. Na dizit anetra quaeta netle ako quani hinch cake idotzo ado inta di eta epe at kene at ash out epan beninch cake not ani kala ne equita ne not ani laje sunta akya cha sido ako di akke fona 10 minutes will cut. We can't in our toes, not cut. Not so sit in it, not so so. Don't what I now it can. What I would in it. What I question. Power of Sunday. Call the kit and then it clinic. Quiet a shit on it, and it a bit only. I can't.
Oh,
Yes. Così,
yes.
So yes, motion carried on this.
Yes.
Item.
It was 22, but there's 25.
Main motion, that's enough, bro.
Second was who?
July 9日のJのシリーズをです。
What was the thing? 2002. There's 25 people here. Way over there.
Così, poi hai unfinished business, she not be counted. We report,
She is at least kind and courteous.
Going back to the main motion on review and approval of agenda, I need a vote to accept the agenda. There was a motion by Lawrence, there was a second by Jackie. There was a motion to amend the agenda and to add resolution, seconded, and then there was a vote of 20-01, so it does not pass. There's not enough votes. So if you notice in your agenda, the ones that I had printed for unfinished business, there's that portion that says that there was not enough votes. So that's the reason why I do not add those items onto the agenda. So right now, I guess we're back to the main motion. The motion was to approve the agenda, seconded, and I need a vote. So there was already, I need a vote. There was already a motion to add. It didn't add, there wasn't enough votes.
Well, revote.
Yes.
And when you do that, do you indicate a new number here?
Once it's, if it is added, but,
So we're gonna revote now? Revote.
나머지는 백만 자존 그다음에고 케스 거에 Jackie is not all Kenya Alvara Kenya. So all in favor, raise your right hand.
Accept the agenda.
DB no. End of Jacob.
I'm Sergeant of Arms, Vice President. I counted 26. I counted 26.
Not. Corona being shy, this Kalena being a son, this very out and
Sergeant of Arms.
normally the sergeant of arms just controls the meeting. They don't count or anything, so. Are all those opposed? Are there any oppositions to this? Abstain, those of you who didn't vote. 2, 3. It passes. See, that's how it goes. We don't need to get into an argument. So go back to the main motion to approve the agenda, to add, to do business items first, so to be, after the approval of agenda, we'll go into the meeting minutes, and then 6, and then 7. So that's the next motion, which was by Lawrence, seconded by Jackie. So all those in favor? I need to approve the agenda.
All in favor to approve the agenda, raise your hand, please. We need all we can get. Raise your hand. Oh.
Here, don't forget.
26. That 26, did you say?
27.
27. So, 27.
Nothing.
19. So 6. 19. It's not just Sean. It's not just Sean. Eya don't need yard. Abstain, Sean. Eya tie. Alo khai the mean the Sean. 2. Yeah, motion pass.
All right, community members, going into the next item, which is number 4, review and approval of meeting minutes. Tohajali Navajo chapter regular meeting, Wednesday, April 15, 2026. At 2:00 p.m., Tuajali Navajo Chapter Administration Building, Tuajali, New Mexico, meeting minutes. One meeting called to order, meeting was called to order by President Hurley at 2:30 p.m. Then invocation was done by Ms. Marjorie Bidet. 3, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Ms. Rose Bighorn introduced herself. 4, review and approval of agenda. There was several corrections. New business E was supposed to read $16,332. New business C, there was 2 duplicates of the word to, T-O. New business E, BIA Route 7071, correction on the road number, and then a correction with the next meeting date, May 6, 2026 at 2:00 p.m. There was a motion to approve with corrections by Dolores Apache, second by Brenda Platero, 24 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 abstentions. 5, review and approval of meeting minutes. 5A, February 18, 2026, TNC regular meeting. 5B, March 24, 2026, regular meeting. There was a motion to approve February 18th and February 18th and March 24th meeting minutes by Lawrence Platero, second by Isabel Chavez, 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and 6 abstentions. 6, reports were done by the Smoking Cessation Pharmacy Program from the CDMHC Pharmacy Director, Tuajali Community School Senior Class of 2026, the CDM 12-member council, 25th Navajo Nation Delegate, Honorable Beginning, Tuajali Navajo Chapter Administration. There was no reports by your chapter officials. Report was made by President Lawrence Platero of the Tuajali Community School Board of Education. There was a report that was done by Vice President Lawrence Platero, or Board Member Lawrence Platero, the CBN Health Center, and then going into new business items. 7, unfinished business. TNC 2026-006, resolution of the Tuajali Navajo Chapter. Canoncito Band of Navajos approving January 2026 financial statement report provided by the Secretary Treasurer. Motion to table by Jacqueline Platero, second by Valerie Martinez, 28 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 abstentions. B, TNC 2026-015, resolution of the Tuajali Navajo Chapter, Canoncito Band of Navajos approving February 2026 financial statement report provided by the Secretary Treasurer. Motion to table by Jacqueline Platero, second by Valerie Martinez, 28 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 abstentions. C, TNC 2026-018, resolution of the Tuajali Navajo Chapter. Canoncito Band of Navajos requesting the Navajo Housing Authority and its hired architectural engineering firm to provide technical assistance in the planning, designing, environmental, and archaeological clearance for a new sewer lagoon with mainline corridor and directing the Navajo Land Department to approve the land withdrawal designation of the 23 acres parcels of land south of the Navajo Housing Authority tract. The new lagoon will place the current existing lagoon due to the major erosions between cells. In addition, Tuajali Chapter hereby accepts ownership, operation, and maintenance responsibilities on the new sewer lagoon. Motion to table by Jacqueline Platero, second by Valerie Martinez, 28 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 abstentions. 8, new business. 8A, TNC 2026-021, resolution of the Tuajali Navajo Chapter. Canoncito Band of Navajos approving March 2026 financial statement report provided by the Secretary Treasurer. Motion to table by Jacqueline Platero, second by Brenda Platero, 26 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 abstentions. B, TNC 2026-022, resolution of the Tuajali Navajo Chapter. Canoncito Band of Navajos to approve and authorize the acceptance of the 2026 Navajo Nation sales tax distribution in the amount of $16,322.00 for fiscal year 2026. Motion to table by Jacqueline Platero, second by Brenda Platero, 26 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 abstentions. C, TNC 2026-023, resolution of the Tuajali Navajo Chapter to approve the appointment of Valeria Apachito to Tuajali Navajo Chapter Community Land Use Planning Committee, where term begins April 15th and ending September 30th, 2026. Motion to approve with the addition of Marjorie Begay, Carolyn Denali, seconded by Lawrence Platero, seconded by Jacqueline Platero, 26 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 abstentions. D, TNC 2026024, resolution of the Kwajalein Navajo chapter, Canoncito Band and Navajos to authorize and support the resolution of the Bureau of Indian Affairs to approve the withdrawal of $300,000 from the proceeds of labor account held in trust for the Kwajalein chapter. Canoncito Band and Navajos, these funds will be used to develop new infrastructure and improve the socioeconomic conditions of the Kwajalein community. Motion to approve by Jacqueline Platero, seconded by Valerie Martinez. 0 in favor, 28 opposed, and 2 abstentions. E, TNC 2026025, resolution of the Kwajalein Navajo chapter, Canoncito Band and Navajos, requesting the Bureau of Indian Affairs to provide and deliver culverts and gravel materials for road maintenance and improvements to BIA Route 7071. Motion to approve by Jacqueline Platero, seconded by Irma Arbusto, 30 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. F, TNC 2026026, resolution of the Kwajalein Navajo chapter, Canoncito Band and Navajos to approve and authorize the housing discretionary assistance for registered Kwajalein Navajo members utilizing the housing discretionary funds account in the amount not to exceed 2026 fiscal year allocation. Gianna Montoya, Matthew Pablo, Linda Platero, Della Chavez, Victoria Gruber, Sasha Chavez, and Amy Johnson. Representative Martinez or Valerie Martinez for all community members. Motion to approve by Lawrence Platero, seconded by Valerie Martinez. 26 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. 9, announcement. Vacancy announcement, Community Land Use Planning Committee, April 23rd to May 6th, candidate filing period. For Navajo Nation Council Delegate, Navajo Nation President. 10th benediction was done by Mr. Lawrence Secretero, or Lester Secretero. 11, adjournment by President Hurley at 6:28 p.m. Community members, those are your minutes for April 15, 2026. And as I mentioned during the planning meeting, I did have to excuse myself during that time, and so from the recording that was provided over to me by Vice President Morris, this is what I was able to get. Just the comments, questions and comments that had came up, I did place in there. I wasn't able to forward this over until I think it was like the 10th day. So for the new Club C members, I do apologize. I know there was a training that was included with this, and so I didn't get the resolutions signed in time. So I noticed that was one of them. Second is, as far as the $300,000 from the proceeds of labor account, the motioning and the seconds, or the motioning was wrong, or how it was said was wrong. So Jackie, I just based on the conversation, that's how I put it. So I just put everyone in opposition versus in favor of it. So how it was motioned, it was a favor of it, but based on the conversation, it seemed like majority of the community members were in opposition, or 28 were in opposition of it. So I don't know if that is the correct language or how that conversation had went. So I just needed correction, or if there's a correction, I need it on that one. So I did the motion to approve by Jacqueline, seconded by Valerie. In favor was 0, opposed was 28, so it did not pass. So that's why I put it that way.
That's correct.
So that is your minutes. So and I did provide over to NHA the questions and comments that came up, and so that's why they came to the planning meeting. So, and then last month, if you notice on the agenda, today's agenda, I have a lot of the items. I didn't report last month's financial reports. I did have a family emergency, so I had to excuse myself, and I didn't make that report during that time too. So Community members, there are your minutes. If there are no objections to these minutes, I will need a motion and a second. Thank you.
Jackie,
Did not so sit any his try. Peso okay, the nigga peso fortunately nigga peso nigga pardon is nothing the media okay. Oh, I need in favor of conduct. It's underneath no AI but our area that they need. So hato net that they no a star if a connect so the of that. I don't know that they care hato so NHA had no nothing a cushion nothing cut as in hatot so hatot ni kaya. Ako ni kaya to tatati ni ka what yati ni 3 acres ati ni quite be na is to be kene as ado naya tati ni ako hot natin ka yo kaya ke kayo kaya olia. Dort squishin, kaya you start kiss. Chabiniet or lesbiniet is no. It all what air thought that. Car hot so abiva. That is me. Oko quite it up. So car though, kidnap us. What I is now.
Listening to the audio, there was no motion to do that amendment, so it was a motion to table it. So that's why in the minutes I did put motion to table, and that was the vote that had happened. So right now, that's what we're going to be talking about today. So is there a motion to accept the minutes for April 15th?
I motion.
Is there a second?
Jackie, it's not. It's not Jackie. Okay, Mia, Wara, Mia. After they must be not all in flavor. Right, raise the right hand. Na Dinas Eodonida, it's hard to shop. It's hard to all opposed. We have 29 in favor, and who opposes today? Abstain? 2, 3. 3 abstain. The 4 abstain? Oh, ini out of class is the leader. What a lot for?
904.
Motion carried.
Thank you. So next item on the agenda, this is it's going to be the third time it's on the agenda, but this is the same financial report earlier. I think this is where I was going back through the votes and listening. There was not enough people who voted. So I was told that I was not able to provide, even though we have a quorum present, I cannot put the votes unless they physically vote. And so going back to March, that's where it all had started. And so that's the reason why NHA is also on the agenda. So unfinished business, A, B, there were financial reports that were provided over during that time. A, there was discrepancies in there, but the ASC provided over a quick summary on that side. B, you'll notice in your packet, I think I started it from B. I wasn't able to find the one that I don't think Valerie has sent it over to me for the January one, so that one was a physical copy. So after your agenda, you'll see the financial reports. So I don't know how community members, if you want me to go month by month, or just if you want to go with just the last April one. So this is just kind of the slow down. If I go through month by month, then it'll kind of slow down everything. Service.
You said some of your documents, your resolution didn't go through because lack of quorum.
There was quorum, but there wasn't enough votes. So if you notice in the on the bottom where it says note, it says did not receive enough votes from March 24, 2026 regular meeting 1203, but with the quorum present. So there was 25 people here because we continued on during that time. So the only thing that was mentioned on the record from your president was motion pass. But when we went back to it, it didn't pass because we didn't have enough votes.
Okay, well, I suggest you check your sign-in sheet because some of them signed in as non-voters. You better check if you have a quorum before you continue and restart voting.
That's where Nora's supposed to come in, but you guys delegated to Loretta because Nora has that information as far as who's registered and who's not.
You better put it in there, Loretta.
So only the ones who comment yes are supposed to be the ones to vote. So that's why I was like, no, Nora count, and then it just letting you guys have your meeting. Raquel.
Going back to where you said there wasn't enough votes. There was enough registered voters here. Did you watch the?
There wasn't enough votes.
There was, Jordan.
There was a quorum, but not enough votes.
Okay.
Not from what your dad had said.
When
On
I
record.
rewatched it, there was.
You need another sign-in sheet.
So that's where I listened to the recording and I watched the recording again. There wasn't enough vote. That's why you see it as 1203. That's what your president had recorded. So, but we're coming back to this, so I guess we'll just go through each of the items. If the financial reports, there's like 4 of them on here, so I don't know if you want me just to go through the April one, and then I'll just kind of talk about how it has gone down. So. I do not have A, so we'll go into B, resolution of the Fraudulent Navajo chapter, Canoncito Band of Navajos approving February 2026 financial statement report provided by the Secretary Treasurer. So in your funds for February, the end of February, your chapter's activities general fund, there was $11,583.70. Your land claims trust, $47,793.53. Your grazing official, $20.71. Supplemental youth fund, $20,696.24. Your housing discretionary, $52,433.64. LGA grant fund, $74,116.59. Your chapter stipend fund, $40,094.16. Your scholarship general fund, $17,550.18. Your scholarship claims fund, $15,639. Your PEP fund, $80,347.30. Your veterans fund, $5,752.76. Your emergency fund, $62,011.93. Your chapter repair and maintenance, $33,245.01. Navajo Nation General Fund, $25,000 at $39,992.06. Navajo Nation Sales Tax Funds, $52,184.85. Navajo Nation Supplemental, $100,000, $12,472.07. Navajo Nation 180,000 CIP, $99,636.32. Navajo Nation 200,000 CIP, CIP stands for Capital Improvement Project, $92,078.91. Agriculture and infrastructure, $50.60. Unhealthy food tax, $17,932.43. Tri-State, $7,298.28. CBN Water Department, $41,833.90. Film Fund, $132,177.22. Community members, are there any questions regarding your February financial statements? These funds, I know in the past, Valerie had took over the account maintenance position. I believe it was in November. From there, it had gone through the ASC, she has gone through the training, and there were several discrepancies from December and March. Or December and January. So they had cleaned it up in February. It was close as you'll get to the cleanup right there. So I think that's why when I was going through my email, the report for January, it was from October to I think it was February, mid-week 15th. I think that's when she had sent it over to me. So it wasn't really a January report. So I was going to come by and ask for it, but she was not here today. Community members, how do you feel about this?
مش قرارات ولا يكون يطلع حسنين وش قال كنا بكيات كذا motion Indonesia Kayla you we have a motion on the floor Yala dos people the Johnson
I'd like to ask her if you could do monthly budgets instead of 3 months. Is it possible that you just mentioned a while ago you could do monthly?
you can't do it.
So can you do that monthly? Is it possible?
Well, that's the thing is Valerie had taken control over the control over the accounting software. The reason why it's like this is to show you a projection and as far as where if it's increasing or decreasing. So I can do it. It's just that I don't get the report in time from Valerie, so that's so. But now that ASC has the control of our accounting software, they have been sending the reports within the week. So.
May I ask who is ASC?
A what?
Who is ASC?
Valerie.
Valerie Martinez. Oh, here.
Accounts maintenance specialist.
Raquel, did you have a question?
Yeah, Jordan, I have a question for you. On the film funds from February to April, there was $12,039.16 utilized. I would like an accounting of where the money was utilized for the film money, since money is for film regarding the Badland. So I'd like accountability on where the $12,000 was spent. Thank you. And I agree with Isabel that you should provide monthly reports. We do have amalgamation wind, and then if I go into wind, I'm sure the numbers will be the same or most likely accurate, because you did say that the numbers that you have are somewhat accurate. Thank you.
So when we get to the February one, I can provide that an answer. So we're on when I get on to the March one, that's where that $12,000 is. Are there any questions for the February one?
I need a motion. Kayla, then the Bosnati Pandahasmegi. Pela Tendere.
Arnold.
Adam Zeshik.
Arnold.
Arnold. Okay. I didn't recognize you with your dark glasses. Arnold Francisco. Okay. Okay, Raji Shahu, second that. Second motion, Mary Jane, Jesus, A.K. Diala, all in favor, raise your right hand. Abre na sangue, com Naja e a Rosmin.
Everybody, it's time to vote for the budget. Nobody wants to vote for 93.
Yeah, that was Jonay, they get involved in this. 6 in favor, is that all?
Yes.
That's all.
Opposed? 1, 2, 3. Opposed? 15 votes abstain, John, it's honest, out of pressure, so maybe
Are
1,
you abstaining?
2, 3. Ito, out of pressure, so it's not going anywhere.
Pretty sure we don't know where to go.
Motion carried. Next one.
For the record, it does not carry, so the next item on the agenda is gonna be CTNC 2026.
Now, just kidding.
Jackie,
Did peso, acquire the share, pero, ele sobró, no pagué, quedó, lo legal y quedó. But show the peso, like, oh, should have me. So, actually, okay, la verdad, no está en el último, la verdad, hasta en el pelo. Vale, ahora should have been Falando na este, não gostoso, já é gostoso. Tu vai pensar nada, não é hora, agora é o jovem. Ele tem pessoa que never pensou, pode ver, never pensou. Antes ali é de parte, tem moving money, nada que utility peso CBN. Machine it's $1,000. It's $5 pesos. Up and up. What did you keep? I should have been keep. Up on the deep peso, you can show one. So she got I don't need done nothing. I didn't come so many of them. Also, she is awful. And she did a little bit of a lot of things. I get the business.
so for the next meeting, I'll request to see if Valerie can provide, because that information I do not have. Valerie would be the one to have that information. So we already have voted on that item. So next item is CTNC 2026-018, resolution of the Tuajalli Navajo Chapter Canoncito Band of Navajos requesting the Navajo Housing Authority and its hired architectural and engineering firm to provide technical assistance in the planning, designing, environmental, and archaeological clearance for a new sewer lagoon with mainline corridor, and directing the Navajo Land Department to approve the land withdrawal designation of the 23 acres parcel parcel of land south of the Navajo Housing Authority tract. The new lagoon will replace the current existing lagoon due to major erosions between sales and the addition. Tohono chapter hereby accepts the ownership, operation, and maintenance responsibilities on the new sewer lagoon system. So for community members to know, this did not receive enough votes from the March 24th, 2026 regular meeting with a quorum of 1901. So only 20 people voted. So we need 25 in order for it to pass or not pass. Then item table at April 15, 2026 regular meeting. So this had been an initiative from your chapter president when he came into office. There was a leakage that happened on the east side, and he had did what he can to stop the leakage. And so NHA.
야대 그러시니까 신나는 그러다 이제 이제는
Obojętnie, że ja jeszcze oczyściłem pan 신나는 그 이십 시절이 거기 나서 그 These are the existing rules are we Sorry, now almost the conditions of the months for the that's the new area that needs to be withdrawn for the additional stuff that's to be done. For any cable, for even the group they was actually
That way they need to go in and out.
making sure you have
I can fit anywhere.
Last night did keep Harrison.
One state case we over, you heard what you presented the last time, and I think from my standpoint is why don't we not work on the present lagoon, improve that, put another felt paper on the bottom, and so we don't have that overflow or erosion that is causing to have that loss. He could, improve what we have there instead of adding more space to it.
course.
Hi, everybody. For those of you that don't know me, I'm a veteran of Florida. Siya ay nag-share ng Florida. Kinibalisting Juan Juan.
Tell her to go get it. You gotta check the truck.
Excuse me. I'll start over. Juan was Kinibalisting Juan. That's how I work. Anyway, I apologize for my introduction. Anyway, on this resolution here, I really don't think that 23 acres is sufficient. And it isn't even, I mean, it's more than, that's needed for sewage. And the housing down at the one that heads down to the 66% of the back road, I realize that it has overflowed, but that is already now the NHA's responsibility. It is not the community's responsibility to take care of that problem. That is NHA's problem. They fail to help those people. There are a lot of homes over there in the east that are really looking really bad. It looks like they're ghetto. They need to think about improving those homes, renovating those homes, instead of spending more money to make a bigger lagoon. 23 acres is way too much. It would probably cover the whole 40 lake. I'm serious. We don't need that. We do need improvement on this lagoon right here, as it is. It's unpleasant, I'm sure, for people that come and visit our community when they have to inhale the glories of us. No, that's not nice. That's the Environmental Protection Act, the EPA. I don't think they would approve. My mother in the past, may she rest in peace, has spoken of this many years. I don't know exactly what happened back then. It made the number of times, but nothing ever happened in the British Columbia. I tried to suggest, and I showed my aunt one day. I said, well, maybe we should all give a box of grapes to every house every month, and let it disseminate some of that smell, that odor. So I really don't feel that this is really important right now. We have a lot of other issues that we need to tend to with money. And the National Housing Authority, they are not up to par on a lot of things. Even the roads, the fences, things like that have to make a nice home. You want a nice home. You have something damaged, if you have something that needs work on, they're never there. They don't come around. They don't call you and say, oh, did you have a problem with such and such? Even after you went to the office and told them. They don't come to you. They don't call you. You have to do it yourself. So that's my thought on this resolution. So I don't know if any of you all agree with me.
Raquel?
Sir, I have a question for you. Do you actually need 23 acres for the new lagoon? Is that what you really need to expand the sewer lagoon is 23 acres? We can't hear you.
The current existing track, yeah, it's not quite a whole, so.
other equity, the good reason which community. The color which category milk, milk. Yeah, the milk. Milk. Because the other so other occasion, no spend for task and no data. That's it. So yeah, but I can more than the ability. Because the quality the new one, the quality two torture to new guns. All of that total China now. Put it you wash, put it, over as for hard speed. As for hard speed, that was another wash. Over that channel of last night, put it not in cushion, daylight. But the design, put it out for people. On the north end of the lagoon, and the existing one. Over there. He quite also cannot continue there. That's what you guys really want. But we're still going to do all this right now. But you won't, nothing can be built in here anyways, because you can't. So just aesthetically over the jungle is, you know what, no se te da. You know, AP. So, so I know that no shape, no, but we still need this right here. We're putting no, we're addressing that. So all the this honey, these are the actually not at all.
I just have another comment.
Yes, ma'am.
I live in the East Housing, and some of you do live in the East Housing, some of you do have family members that live in East Housing. When the sewer was running over onto the road, it was really disgusting. That sewer even went into the Royal. We took pictures to where it was almost going to be to real Kirkville. And then everybody was saying, oh, that's environmental health, that's environmental safety issue. But I know 23 acres is a lot, guys, but we need the sewer. Because I live there. Some of you live there. And you know, we need it. I'm sorry, but we do. And maybe he can make it smaller, the acreage, but a new sewer lagoon is needed because right now, there's just a Band-Aid on it, from what I understand. That's it. There's a Band-Aid on it and it can overflow at any time, right? It's not fixed. And you know, and the maintenance part, from what I understand, I did my research on it, was former chapter officials signed a resolution saying the maintenance is up to the chapter, releases NHA from it. That's what my research that I've done, because I had a lot of questions on it. And I'm sure a lot of your family members, you don't want your sewer to overflow or be told, oh, you gotta limit your water use. You can't wash your clothes or flush your toilet or whatever. So I think we all need to reconsider the acreage, sir. If you could reconsider the acreage, because 23 acres is a lot for a lot of us. Because if we ask for a home-side lease, we're only allowed 1 acre. So if something can be readjusted regarding this issue, thank you.
Jackie?
Tikkulo penkin na sun na ito tikkulo yo kiki. Toni kitene tobet up kita. natin thought kaya hatzodi by audience. Ako check the table a motion to table a straight. Hajodi art the sekolah ke ada kaya ki art awya hobo adilila owinson. Kala ede ho one ede sinne body. Hakwishi ho one yo kid net or tahaton the net or tadalini. Kala shit the net kaho aja kedat. So what down is in the nigga the naya ten ho one beta ten. And now son de did the fantastic. Don't needs under ka as it's not in touch your I don't need under carnicat action. Dobe Ela. Shadows are quit out. How one edward lady but the on attend or Ela. Jobe has Annie Washington de Ehatne. I couldn't hit the nay, I need your buttons and how one dings. I could be a show none come. A show our yago, kayaki none play. I ate her once in the lake, thought up in lake or netta. I could quite a table a sleep. I didn't know did that. Jobbik entrance la, thought corner in a car. Nikki called Anakin died, no quantity. In an initiative. I would baby the snap. Table or say a zonan car, a zonan play, we are on late, you get in there, yeah.
Shido Naidish Kidoli. In Katie, Odo Naidish Kidya. Do you really need 23 acres? Don't need out of responding that all Ajibana than that. We're getting confused. Does NHA need 23 acres or 3 acres? Yes or no?
3 acres, it'll be better. We need more than 3 acres. If you guys want me to reduce it, the only place we can reduce it is right here.
1 acre.
You just leave it right here. Down here is the neatest down here. So yeah, that goes in the plug in, which is in the big one. Right now, in that place. Not huge. Okay, we should that sheet we'll go ahead and get back on it. What else? What else should we present that sheet?
No more discussion, I guess. Is there a second on the? Brenda seconded table without me. No more discussion on the article. So, I'm sorry, but I think that this sewer lagoon is very important. That it needs to, I guess it needs to be put up in some way that we can all agree on. And I've been down there, I dealt with it, and there's a lot of people that came and when the overflowing was taking place, and we even had to build a brim for it. And that took a lot of, it took about 6 months for it to get it under control. So something has to be done here, people, and you tabled it, so I guess we don't have any more discussion on it.
Well,
vote na.
Ronnie,
no more.
Need a vote to table?
can I just make a comment?
Oh,
One thing that we have about maybe 4 lagoons in the community. There's 2 here, and there's one north at the Sanibel Church, and then we have the one down there, and then the next one is for the school that's going to be built here. Where are they going to build the new school, and with their lagoon, how is that going to be serviced? And have they actually brought plan for sewage, sewage, and then it has a sewer problem at times. And so those are some of the issues that we have, which is a whole reservation that will be considering opening up new sewers and changing the sewers to what do they call it, flotation, things like that. We visited a couple of them in certain areas where they're doing the recycling process. Is there such a thing as a recycling process that they can use treatment to operate for that many houses over there?
It's a lot more expensive.
Yes.
Ben Rojas, Luna.
Yeah.
2 minutes. Two minutes, Benny.
Jaime, ¿cómo está? Since your first and second motion, yeah, before that, I want to say something about Kenya, CBN land. Kashide Nabe, Koto, and the house, Kandi, they've been talking about your land. That's everybody's land. Even if the person, the chief up there, on their son, that's third land. We get, I think that's all Kandi. You people don't take care of the land. 4G lady, CBN land. That's what I always heard from these people passing that there's so many trash. So that I said that I'm this man. Of course, sometimes they have shit. You come up with your voice. Go da. Go his name. This is that's what it is. We're not working together. Go hajohe zida. We're not looking at these land. When I was with the Club C, cherish India about Kenya. We're talking about the land. So his head at the snow by the tribe and the CBN land. You can't do anything, we can drive it out something like 5 minutes in the system. These certified the chapter to be drafted. You can. Because this is your land. So Navajo nation, Navajo tribe, so get that. Go bathing, yeah. We're not taking care of it. Of course, something this thing comes out with home side things, everything. The never George he can't build something on this land, a piece of land, no matter how big, no matter how many acres, requesting these. You guys come out. I don't know why. But then you're supposed to take care of it. That is, and then the earth then is all the spread, the water is going down to Mexico. All these trash. You heard about it. He was talking to us yesterday. We had a meeting over here. Trash everywhere. I'm the only one working on it in his neck.
Yes.
So that means you're not taking care of the land. How is this thing happening? Quiet around here. There are so many land, acres, 1 acre, 2 acres. Approve it to build basketball court, to build skateboard. But then, it's just trash now. So people are going to send Yeah. Take a look at it yourself. Take a look at these people. Take a look at your area. This is how it is. How many people talk to you? And here, forget it. It's not my business. That's what you guys think. Why? I think that somebody come out with this actors so much because comes out. Oh, yeah. Maybe they might put something in there. When you come in from I-40 over here, what did you see? A dirt, tumbleweed. Who's taking care of it? A dead. Not in the BIA, not even the tribe. Going a handguard, the shotgun. That's the reason. Because the government did cut out the no. I hope you guys know why.
Out of order.
See what's going to happen if we go back to our southwest. D8, we're stuck. I was telling the city court member council, you guys are just a sitting duck, not doing anything. You're supposed to do something about 30, 40 years ago. At any this how. That's why our kids, the grandkids, is way up there. They're paying their rent. How much? Over 1,000. They're just losing money. Cost is that to build another house. In front what they don't need. And has to the outfit at those days, they could be their own. But out there, they're just losing money. That's why our kids is way up there. So up then, we're not coming up with anything. We can't go forward. Up then, we're just stuck right here. Who's saying let's go forward? Who's saying that? And some of these people, when they were running, they said, I'm going to do this. Let's take money. Let's take funding, budget. How they prepare it as a seminar, on the so we're stuck here. But then we're not moving. We've got this on some case, on some case. Let's build something on our land. Maybe it's a good business. How that business has to be arts and craft. But then, I don't the flea market there, how does that do that? We got nothing. Maybe it's a good store, nothing. So this is how it is. Think about your land.
Yeah, she thought Russian was not what just go. She never Nahanali Kalfare, Mokhe Buyagi Kazo, if you just down to 10 minutes. The Shin Dajo $8,000. Did I, you see, Nahoti, Equal. Or the Koyatahi gave a water for Yashkona. I go water on Shishkon. I go lay out the eyes if I scatter Yago A. The Yahi gave she a Muzon. So inside our net, John Kishnik National. I got Jonan Sense. Upon the DA and only found the poor in a greater change a lun a quite other penina. She other such the ninja and the quite the shisho. Do other shaki or the Hashit Arobanam in the ship. Don't put your NHA Virginia. Ayon Jungo is not short, NHA has no we're not requesting in the right way for them. We're not saying the right language to them. That's why some of these housings are abandoned. maybe we need to put the right language in there so those buildings can be repaired. So let's work together. None of made stories. None of what I'm telling us. The Hashin out. Has a 40 year in your art from this lap. She was out of 1,000. I go on, you put I go Aleya show. Synalogy on I ask you to have of art planning meeting the fair to Tabo community are the night of Kato, Koroe basis that we met always. Khaled Ella avanzar kis. İlle arkas ani khayla arkadiya. O hazot o sekha. To ilk irota. Ada bayada shiti. To ha hoshit sindel ado kopel ada. Adi na hoti. Na khayle nila sho. Thoda sigini eli kwa. To ni kuya kopel edo kleda. Mihishmila. Good out, Yansita, Kislako. Ako punkt so ashi ade beshke singi kudajaki is now when ke niyan. When I ke niya all in favor, raise your right hand. To table. All the mastato asha so table. The Filipinos couple the weather. Na tinti to tabini aro oppose siya. One oppose. Two oppose. Abstain. 1, 2, 3 abstain. Motion carries. Should check.
Table. Save your money, just keep it in your pocket.
It's not up to me, so
Yeah.
we'll see what happens.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out again. So, community members, I'm going to request, because this next item, again, is going to go through your financial report, to just table D, TNC 2026-021, resolution of the Tuajale Navajo Chapter, Canoncito Band and Navajos approving March 2026 financial statement report provided by Secretary Treasurer. I did ask Valerie of a more detailed report, so if she is able to provide it, I will let community members know next meeting. So just know, as an official, I don't have that authority to look into it that deep. So if I can get a motion to table D, Resolution 21. Jackie, can I get a second? Alvaro? Thank you. All right, is it okay if you do D and then new business A2 with that? Jackie?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. So there's, Alvaro, is that okay? So there's a tabling motion for TNC 2026-021 and then TNC 2026-027. And then Jackie, one more if I could, is that first old unfinished business, 006. So it starts off from A. B, there's already an opposition, but we should be another opposition. Is that okay?
Yes.
Alvaro? Thank you. Unfinished A, unfinished business A, unfinished business B, and new business A.
Age unfinished business store, new business. This is the table. 이 테이블도 미스노가 그거 Jackie Nishke didn't not go fake
Alvaro.
So
Is it the E2?
we need a motion. Vote. All in favor, raise your right hand. Cutting Dotado it's Adisha. Opposed? Extension? 1, 2, 3. 3 abstention. Motion carried. Without only the last.
And $72.00 for fiscal year 2026. This item was tabled during the April 15th regular meeting. Sherilyn, are you? This is a request of chapter administration, so.
We closely guide sales tax. Bayad Kirko. 16,000 cut. The media store cut is a peso. When peso. Ndo lieto da zehota da zehudo behidosna da ze dola.
So, community members, this one is just to accept Navajo Nation, for Navajo Nation to send over funding. So the sales tax revenue in 2002, the Budget and Finance Committee passed a resolution that created the Navajo Nation Sales Tax Trust Fund Plan of operations for distributing funds. This was amended in 2017 by the BSC resolution. So what this fund is used for is for infrastructure, economic development, and other governmental purposes. So allowable uses would be for strategic planning for infrastructure, economic development, infrastructure development such as land clearances and surveys, community beautification, capital improvement plan, development and administering capital improvement projects, club development such as open space plan development, stipends for Club C members, costs associated with administering land, including ordinance preparation, zoning, administering home and business site leasing authority with land withdrawals, eminent domain, taxing, bonding, and regulating, purchase of agriculture products, 9, purchase of motor vehicle and heavy equipment, 10, travel expenses associated with carrying out these allowable expenditures. So items that we're not able to use it for is training and instructional expenses, stipends other than allowed for Club C members, gift, gratuities, and promotional items, payment of any penalty, including late fees arising from bills or IRS taxes. So, Sherilyn.
You have always
give us a report, or we don't have a hard copy report regarding the sales tax. So we need to table it again. It should have been provided to the people already. I motion to table this resolution. Second.
I'd like, could all that be a distance?
Go ahead, Jackie.
Yanan A. Dile peso, Aro Jordan, not so sistine, Yispa. Judy Kayam, the audience, and now they give all trash, don't I need the Yispa. Oh, you go H1, no, at Ela. Ako, at H, a statino ata, the media, Senel Akunet. Do a kino kako. Kaya AI, kaya elmi, because all of it, over our dog, and to happen. Oh, you go AI, no, at Ella, opposite, oh, I need it, Zendan, see, la. The not other time, but not gonna, dog says, this is not the cake, but then I see, la, trash. Ako kuya ata kaya aso let etati no totan totan. Ako aso NHA ni kaije kalahandes ang aren bitansi niya. Ang lele was now that the tindo could that it needed they stood going na aro ajo te yar. Ako what are echo da on beso obiketan asit ha. Oh, kayo pesos and kashat echo chomni. Biniyat a wallo, biniyat chom, inigit a wallo. Nahat ajo hat ti peso. Ako shket ako chanin ina kut klaksi nahat stra. Chude go ito nahat agi do het ayat oni knas ado lefiki nas go desneje. And that kid ka. Hajo and the name. Joe Alana. Oh, it's an almond. Ako, Dola Ya, Etta, Ola, Jonathan, Oazo, a Jamie, Ako, Hajo Ashore, had other adult native planning meeting. Hajo Ebe, which we don't in. And I said, I don't get them. At kanaas andersen. Als zo'n uit kokwet uit het niet pas het kan het uit het niet. En wat ik dan niet aanhouden. Door ja schoon als het aan en naast het niet. Nee, die kan het niet. Ik heb het niet. Ik ken het. Ik kan het. Zo ken ik. Dat ik ken. Wat als er wat op en naast het kon niet eten. Dan laat ik eten. Nikazin, and only it's not that this cotton. Ako ya shona. Ashona, hinge cake. Yeah.
I need a second to table. Who motioned it? Mr. Cal, and then we need a second to table.
I motioned.
Oh, Elvira to motion. The second.
Raquel and Jackie.
Does she want to include all these items in here? That's letter A, D.
All the financial items.
In the financial items, that's put us. Out of the asset,
planning meeting there.
Raquel, did you say something? You have a motion?
Yes. Yeah, to motion to table the financial part because Sherilyn should be able to present this to the people. Like Jackie said, we need accountability for the money. Like we have.
22 is what we're asking. We need clarification on it.
All the financials that she should be accountable to make the presentation.
So 22, 31, 32. Again, it's going to be 22, 30, 31, and 32.
Aisha, hold that.
Yes. Yes.
Amara?
Oh, yes.
That is correct. I guess we just vote on it. Yada don't see uncle in a single or raise your right hand.
Vote first.
Kajo Oshika. Oh. Nothing shot. Hold on, it's on the shot. It's on the Arohaja, so sing shot. 1, 2, 3. 3. Abstain. 4. 4 abstain. 4 abstain. 5. Motion carried.
So, community members, this next item, I know during the planning meeting, I had mentioned that there was no resolution that was provided over. So, there was a whole new resolution that was sent over to me with a new title. So this one is just gonna become a dead resolution, so we're not gonna sign it over. So, for the record, F, TNC 2026-025, resolution of the Tuajueli Navajo chapter, Canoncito Band of Navajos requesting the Bureau of Indian Affairs to provide and deliver culverts and gravel material for road maintenance and improvement to BIA Route 7071. Note, so there's a new resolution for this one, which is TNC 2026-033. So I know there's several comments that had came up during the planning meeting. I did mention that I didn't have a resolution on file. Once the resolution was given to me, it had a whole new title. So this resolution is just going to be a dead resolution. But it doesn't mean we can request VIA or NDOT to provide over assistance. So I am going to do no action on this one. Is there any opposition to that? I still don't have a resolution for this one, that's why. Just for record, it was mentioned that it was emailed to me, but it was never emailed to me. So going on to the next item, which was the table item 27, is a table item. Next item is going to be TNC 2026-028, resolution of the Tuajueli Navajo chapter. Canoncito Band of Navajos adopting the chapter's rules of order pursuant to the Navajo Nation Local Governance Act to govern and conduct the meetings. And Resolution B, you'll notice in your packet, new business, proposed resolution, whereas the Tuajueli Navajo chapter, also known as the Canoncito Band of Navajos, is a certified form of government pursuant to 26 Navajo Nation Code, Section 3A, as listed under 11 Navajo Nation Code, Part 1, Section 10, with delegated authority over local matters consistent with Navajo Nation law, customs, tradition, and fiscal matters. And 2, the Tuajueli Navajo chapter is empowered under 26 Navajo Nation Code, Section 1B, with authorities to review all matters affecting the community and make recommendations and decisions in the best interest of its membership. And 3, it's supposed to be actually. And 3, Tuajueli, the chapter is authorized under Section 103C of the Navajo Nation Local Governance Act to adopt rules of order for the conduct of its meeting. And 4, the Tuajueli Navajo chapter finds it necessary to establish clear procedures regarding quorum, the duties of chapter officials, and handling of motions, and the means of decorum to ensure efficient and respectful community governance. And 5, The Tuatapere Navajo chapter has reviewed the chapter rules of order developed by the Department of Justice chapter unit to serve as the primary governing authority for all rules, special emergency meetings. Now therefore it be resolved, the Tuatapere Navajo chapter hereby adopts the attached chapter rules of order as its official governing rules for all chapter meetings. These rules shall take place precedence over parliamentary orders such as Robert's Rules of Order when chapter rules are clear and applicable. 3. The Tuatapere Navajo chapter are hereby directed to conduct all meetings in accordance with these rules, ensuring that all registered members have equal opportunity to speak and decorum is maintained. And 4. These rules shall become effective immediately upon approval by majority vote of the chapter membership at a duly called meeting. 5. Any future amendments to these rules shall be reviewed by the Department of Justice chapter unit prior to the chapter consideration. So in your packet, you'll see the proposed policy for the chapter's rules of order. I know there are 2 policies here, and it's going to take a bit, so I'm going to read through the whole thing. So basically, the Department of Justice provided a training to your chapter officials regarding the rules of order. Right now, we're just making the rules as we come. The motions, the seconds, the voting portions of our meetings are not so much accurate, but it gives our responsibilities as chapter officials. So 1. Authority and governing rules. These rules are adopted pursuant to Section 103C of the Navajo Nation Local Governance Act, Title 26B. The chapter may reference other rules of order such as Robert's Rules of Order to provide guidance on the application of a rule herein. When rules of orders are clear, these chapter rules of order shall govern. C. All references to the president shall mean the chapter president, vice president, or the chairperson pro tem who is chairing the meeting. Rule 2, quorum. A quorum of the registered community members is required to start the meeting. A person who is not registered to vote at this chapter shall not be counted towards quorum and shall not be allowed to vote. B, if a quorum is not maintained to start a meeting, the president may reschedule the meeting. The agenda for the rescheduled meeting shall meet the 48-hour notice requirement of the Navajo Nation Local Governance Act. C, if quorum is lost after the meeting has started, the president shall adjourn the meeting in accordance with Section 101B1E and the Navajo Nation Local Governance Act as follows. C1, president requests for a roll call to ensure that the requisite number of registered community members are present for the meeting. C2, if there is no quorum, the president alone declares an adjournment and announces that whether the meeting will continue at a later date or time, or if the agenda items will move to the following month's agenda. If the meeting will continue at a later date and time, the president shall announce the date and time at the moment the adjournment is declared. Rule 3, chapter officials and pro temp. President shall 1. Provide over chapter meetings in the absence of the president. The vice president shall preside over the chapter meetings. When the president and vice president are not present at the time the quorum is established, the community may nominate a chairperson pro temp to preside over the meeting. The pro temp may serve up to the end of the meeting or until the president or vice president becomes present for the meeting. 2. Allow each registered community chapter member an equal opportunity to speak. 3. Vote only when there is a tie vote. B. Secretary Treasurer shall use an electronic recording device for all chapter meetings. 2. Draft and finalize meeting minutes. 3. When the Secretary Treasurer is not present, the Vice President shall assist in performing duties of the Secretary Treasurer. If the Vice President is absent or is unable to take the meeting minutes, the community may nominate a Secretary Treasurer pro temp. The pro temp may serve until the end of the meeting or until the Secretary Treasurer becomes present for the meeting. C. The chapter officials are prohibited from making main motions and second motions in regular, special, and emergency meetings. 4. Conduct. 4A. The failure to comply with these rules of order shall be deemed disorderly conduct. B. All persons who are attending the meeting shall practice get in the order to maintain decorum in the meeting. C. The right speech does not include the right to engage in disrespectful speech behavior. C1, when there is disrespectful speech conduct, the president shall first ask the person to stop the disrespectful speech conduct. C2, if it continues, the president will announce that under the Local Governance Act, the president has the power to adjourn or recess the meeting when there is disorder at the meeting. C3, if the warning does not help, the president may adjourn the meeting or recess the meeting in accordance with section 1001B1E of the Navajo Nation Local Governance Act as follows. 3A, adjournment, the president may adjourn the meeting without a motion. Second, when the disorder cannot be resolved prior to adjourning, the president shall announce that the remaining items on the agenda will be placed on the following month's agenda. 3B, recess, the president may recess the meeting without a motion when the disorder cannot be resolved. Recess may be the option to allow for a cooling off period. When recess, the president shall announce the date and time when the meeting will resume. Rule 5, chapter meeting agenda. This is the recommended order of business. 1, president calling meeting to order. 2, invocation. 3, recognize guests and visiting officials. 4, review and approval of agenda. 5, review and approval of meeting minutes. 6, monthly financial reports. 7, oral reports. 8, written reports. 9, old business. 10, new business. 11, announcement. 12, adjournment. B, after the proposed agenda is read into record by the Secretary Treasurer, the President will ask a member to sponsor a name motion and another member to second the name motion. C, if there are no changes to the agenda, the President will call for a vote on the main motion. D, any change to the proposed agenda shall require a separate motion, second, and vote. D1, a motion to amend the agenda is debatable. 2, majority vote is required for each motion. 3, see Rule 6 to add a consent agenda. 4, after all changes have been considered, the Secretary Treasurer shall read the agenda again into the record with the adopted changes. Therefore, the President will call for a vote to adopt and update the agenda. E, once an agenda is adopted, it shall not be revised unless there is a suspension of rules under Rule 18. Rule 6, consent agenda. 6A, a consent agenda allows a chapter to streamline meetings by voting on non-controversial items that requires no debate. B, it is generally a two-step process. Approve the creation of the consent agenda to be added to the agenda, and 2, voted on the consent agenda as an action item. C, there are 2 ways to propose a consent agenda. Consent agenda items proposed at a planning meeting. In the planning meeting for the upcoming regular meeting agenda, a chapter official may suggest items to be considered for a consent agenda. C, monthly, 48-hour prior notice, all resolutions suggested for consent agenda shall be posted on the chapter bulletin website or no later than 48 hours prior to the time date set for the meeting. C, if posting does not meet the time requirements, the resolution shall be placed automatically under new business. This will not require a motion. C2, propose a consent agenda at a regular meeting. 2A, resolution cannot be added to the consent agenda until the entire draft resolution was posted 48 hours prior to the time date set for the regular meeting. B, at the time the agenda is being adopted under Rule 5, a registered chapter member may sponsor a motion for a consent agenda. 2C, the motion requires for a second. C, Rule 6C, after a consent agenda is proposed under C1 or C2, any registered chapter member may request to delete an item from the consent agenda. C1, the President shall grant the request. C2, the deleted item shall move automatically to old or new business. C3, no motion, second vote is necessary to delete an item from the consent agenda. D, a majority vote is required to add a consent agenda as an action item to the agenda. This is step 1 under B above. E, the action item will require a separate motion, second, and vote. This is the step under B above. Rule 7, reading of the chapter resolutions. The secretary treasurer shall read all resolutions into record. B, the secretary treasurer shall do a reading of the resolution if amendments were approved. The second reading may be limited to the sections that were amended. Rule 8, main motion. After the first reading of the draft resolution, the president shall request for a main motion and a second motion. If there is no motioning party, the item shall be deleted from the agenda. A seconded A1, a resolution removed from the agenda cannot be re-added to the same agenda. A2, a resolution removed from the agenda may be added to the agenda for the next regular special meeting. B, resolution sponsors. B1, the sponsor of the resolution shall be allowed to provide a presentation. B2, the sponsor may designate 2 more people to assist the sponsor with the presentation and or answer questions. The sponsor shall provide the names at least 48 hours in advance of the date time of chapter meeting. C, 8C, the time limit for the presentation shall not exceed blank minutes. B, all questions on the proposed resolution shall be directed to the sponsor. E, the sponsor may answer questions after the sponsor has been recognized by the president. F, if the sponsor is not present at the meeting when the resolution is called, the resolution shall be removed from the agenda. The sponsor may request the resolution be placed on the next regular special meeting agenda. 9, debate A. 9A, the president shall provide each registered chapter member an opportunity to speak on the resolution. 9B, the president shall recognize the member and give them the floor to speak. C, the member's speech shall be limited and pending a motion on the floor. The president shall notify the chapter members when he or she is not addressing the issue. See also Rule 15. Rule 10, cease debate. A registered chapter member may motion to cease debate at any time. This motion requires a second. The president has discretion to recognize the motion when the debate demonstrates that an equal number of members have spoken in support of and against the pending motion. B, a motion to cease debate is non-debatable after the president determines that the motion is proper. C, the motion to cease debate shall require 2/3 vote. 11, amendment to the main motion. 11A, any registered members may offer changes to the wording of the resolution by sponsoring a motion to amend the main motion. The motion must be seconded. B, any proposed amendment shall not change the intent and the purpose of the resolution. C, the proposed amendment shall be stated clearly in writing, striking out existing language for deletions and underlining language to add new language to the draft resolution. This clarity may be provided verbally if the registered chapter membership understands what the changes are. D, a motion to amend is debatable. The discussion be limited to the proposed amendments. E, when the discussion is complete, the president will call for a vote on the proposed amendment. F, if passed by a majority vote, the main motion shall be modified accordingly. G, when there are no motions to amend, the president will ask the secretary treasurer to do a second reading and therefore will call for a vote on the main motion, which will include any properly approved amendments. Rule 12, withdrawal and modification of motion. 12A, withdrawing from your motion. A motioning party may withdraw their main motion or their second. A2, after the withdrawal is recognized by the president will ask if anyone else wants to replace the motioning party. A3, if there is no replacement, the resolution will be deleted from the agenda. 12B, a resolution to modify an existing motion. B1, after a motion is made, another member may request the motion party to modify their motion. B2, the request may be approved by the motioning parties. Rule 13, motion to table. 13A, just replace an action item on the table would be temporarily stopping any further debate. This motion may be made at any time during the debate. B, it requires a motion and a second. C, C, a motion to table takes precedence over all pending motions. D, the president may allow the sponsor 3 minutes to express why the resolution should not be tabled. E, a motion to table is not debatable. F, a motion to table requires a majority vote. G, motion to take off table. G1, an item previously placed on the table may be added to the draft agenda for future meetings under old business. G2, when the table item is not, when the table agenda item is next, when the table agenda item is next item on the agenda, the president will ask for a motion and second to take the matter off the table. If the motion second is not received, the matter will remain on the table and is eligible for consideration at a future meeting. 3, a motion to take off the table is not debatable. The president will call for a vote. 4, a motion to take off table requires a majority vote. H, an action item taken off the table but is tabled again shall be permanently deleted from all future agendas. Almost done.
I want to make a motion to table this resolution
Rule
because
14, I'm not done.
it is a lengthy resolution and we need time to read what you're reading.
Yeah,
So
let me read
to
it
study
first and then we'll take your motion. Rule 14, question of privilege. 14A, a question of privilege or questionable that relate to the rights and privileges of registered chapter members. Some examples include, but are not limited to, A1 for additional comments, documents, information, etc. from the sponsor. A2 to address an immediate safety concern. A3 to remind everyone and maintain B, 14B, the Vice President, Secretary, Treasurer, or registered chapter members raising a question of privilege shall not interrupt the speaker having the floor unless the question is urgent. 14C, the President shall recognize the question of privilege and ask the person to explain why she is raising a question of privilege. 14B, the question of privilege is not debatable. 14E, the President has sole authority to decide whether the question meets the requirement of the question of privilege and has no authority to allow or disallow the question. The ruling shall occur prior to resuming the meeting. The ruling may be challenged under Rule 16. Rule 15, point to order. The Vice President, Secretary, Treasurer, or registered chapter member may raise a point of order when he or she believes that any part of these rules is being violated. It shall be raised immediately after the violation occurs. 15B, the President shall recognize a point of order and ask the person to explain why she is raising a point of order. 15C, a point of order is not debatable. 15B, the President shall run the point of order prior to resuming the meeting and will state the reasons for ruling. The ruling may be challenged under Rule 16. Rule 16, motion to appeal. A ruling made by the President under Rule 14 and 15 may be appealed. 15, the motion to appeal shall be made immediately after the President's decision. It is too late to appeal if the discussions resume on the action. C, the motion shall be seconded. D, the motion is debatable. E, after debate, the President shall call for a vote on the motion to appeal. A yes vote means that the voter agrees with the motioning parties. A no vote means the voter agrees with the President's ruling. If there is a tie vote, the President's ruling will prevail. 17, vote. Rule 17, vote. 17A, except the President, all registered chapter members are eligible to vote in favor, oppose, or abstain. B, visiting guests and officials are not allowed. B, visiting guests are not allowed to vote. Woo. Visiting guests are not allowed to vote. Visiting guests are not counted as abstention votes. Voting by proxy is not allowed. Rule 18, suspension of rules. 18A, a registered chapter member may make a motion to suspend the application of the rules of order. For example, this motion is used to amend the agenda after the agenda was adopted at the beginning of the meeting. 18B, the motion must be legal. For example, this motion cannot be made to allow visitors to be counted as an abstention vote. C, the motion must be made when there is no action pending on the floor. the motion is made typically after completing an action item and before proceeding to the next action item. A motion made at any time will be deemed out of order. D, the member shall state the specific rule or rules that will be suspended. E, the motion must be recorded and it is non-debatable. F, a motion to suspend rules required a 2/3 vote of the chapter membership present at the time the motion was made. Rule 19, executive session. 19A, executive session should not be used for any chapter meetings. 19B, if a rule arises, if a need arises, the president shall first consult with legal counsel. Rule 20, motion to adjourn. This motion is typically made after completing the agenda. However, if made before completing the agenda, this motion must be after completing the agenda item and prior to the next items on the agenda. Rule 20B, this motion is not debatable. C, any unfinished business be placed on the next agenda under old business. Rule 21, last one, effective date and amendments. 21A, these rules of order shall become effective as soon as it is approved by the majority vote at a duly called regular special chapter meeting. 21B, any amendments to these rules of order shall be reviewed by the Department of Justice chapter unit prior to consideration at a duly called regular special meeting. So, community members, this resolution right here is basically how meetings should be ran. It has been running in this order for the past few months, but I think the only thing is that sometimes our meetings kind of get go places, but we have been following this, and so this would go back to your resolution requesting Sherilyn be the one to present, as she is the sponsor to several of these resolutions. So,
yeah, our chapter president stepped out, so in the absence of the president, we go according to Rule 3. So, this resolution or the rules of order for the future class. So they talk table it. Go ahead, talk.
I make a motion to table this resolution like Jordan did state. Sherilyn should be here to present this resolution since she did bring it up to the planning meeting. And also during the planning meeting, we did not get a copy of what Jordan read to the people, so the people need time to read the orders of whatever he read. Thank you.
Hold on. Is there a second to her motion? Is that your second?
Yes. I got a question.
Oh, you have a question. Okay, Brenda.
Second.
Brenda, second, Tina. So Cal made a motion, Brenda second. Okay, I'll go ahead and open for questions. Loretta?
Yes, everything that Jordan read, it's right here in your hands, if you got the agenda, okay? So there's no need to table it. We need to vote and accept it because it applies to how a meeting is run.
Well, I didn't receive an agenda. I need an agenda.
Okay, I'll give it to you.
Okay,
And vote no.
And I believe
Table
that
it.
we should accept it because if not, why are we going round and round and round? We already know, we have it in our hands, okay? This is how the meeting is run. Whatever is written on here, everything that Jordan read, it's here. And we're here. Let's pass this today. We don't need to go over and over with this. People, there's enough people here today to accept this. That's my.
There's already a
motion.
Table.
I agree with the statement that she made.
I'd like to motion to accept this,
Loretta, there's already a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. See what I mean? See what know, I heard everything, but,
Okay, Lorena,
okay.
Lawrence is making a comment right now.
I agree with what she said. These rules have been adopted by the Department of Justice. Whether you get a copy today or tomorrow or next week, they can be changed. It's just the rules and regulations and conduct that we have to follow at that time.
Okay, I think, Alvaro had a question. Questions, they actually, Ashona.
All right, I have a question about the whole thing, basically, because a lot of it's confusing. I look at I'm speaking. Rule 6, the consent agenda, that one goes through a whole other training here. It doesn't even cover Sergeant of Arms either. And it also, on this one, I lost my place here. But there's questions here that our community needs to answer. How many minutes are we allowed to speak on the floor? That's left blank. We need to talk about this because this is supposedly the rules of Robert's Rules of Order. And we haven't even made any adjustments to this. Our community members are already asking, what? We're doing this, and as you were reading, Jordan, more questions came up. So now, okay, we got a resolution. What happens with that resolution? How many, now it's saying we have this many hours and da-da-da days before the next resolution, and then on into the planning meeting. So we have a basic pattern, yes, but we have questions to fill in the blanks here. So I would like to support the motion to table it until we've had a chance to review it.
She's signing on, or there's just one more person, which is, Mr. Platero.
2 seconds.
Hold up. I was looking at this while he was reading it. He pro temp, and we get it right here. Of course, as a pro temp individual, we get compensated with a regular stipend check like you guys all get. That doesn't say it.
The pro temp is only when there's a vacancy, you know, on the day out there. So, yeah. Actually, siya ako sila time class.
Vote, can we vote?
Motion.
I motion. Second. I motion.
And then, Brenda's case na table niya. Ako na, ako din masanili yata Ikulamos, forcino, ayer umbis mo masanili tatinde, ason wala mo na hasol ka. Tony na tin odoni na bits ansha. Don't be like it. 1, 2, 3 opposed. 4, 6 opposed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Abstain. 1, 2,
19.
5 abstain. 6 abstain. The motion carried. Yeah, thank you.
So this next item, also again, it's a bulkier sound. So proposed resolution, this one was provided over during the planning meeting and then last month too. So proposed resolution 029, resolution of the Tuajali Navajo chapter, Canoncito Band and Navajo, has approved and adopted the policies and procedures for virtual hybrid chapter meetings pursuant to Local Governance Act amendments, whereas 1, the Tuajali chapter, also known as the Canoncito Band and Navajo, is a certified form of government pursuant to 26 NNC. Section 3A, as listed under 11 NNC Part 1, is Section 10, with delegated authority over local matters consistent with Navajo Nation law, customs, tradition, and fiscal matters. And 2, the Tuatjali Navajo chapter. And 2, the Tuatjali Navajo chapter is the powers of 26 NXC, Section 1B, with authority to review all matters affecting the community and make recommendations and decisions in the best interest of its membership. And 3, the Navajo Nation Council through Resolution COA 523. Are you guys okay? You guys have questions already? Make sure to highlight CO 1852-23 and CGA 03-24. Amended the Local Governments Act to authorize chapters to conduct meetings via teleconference and or video conference. And 4, on June 25, 2024, step 1 of the amendment process was completed and officially added these provisions to the LGA. And 5, under new section 103B of the LGA, step 2 requires each chapter to formally decide via chapter resolution or referendum whether to authorize virtual hybrid meetings and to adopt specific participation policies and procedures. And 6, the Tuatjali Navajo chapter desires to utilize the virtual hybrid meeting format to increase community engagement and ensure accessibility for all registered members and maintain efficient governance. And 7, the Tuatjali Navajo chapter has reviewed the template policy and procedures for virtual chapter meetings provided by the Navajo Nation Department of Justice and finds it legally sufficient and in the best interest of the chapter. Now therefore it be resolved, 1, the Tuatjali Navajo chapter hereby authorizes the use of virtual hybrid attendance for chapter meetings in accordance with 26 NC, subsection 103B. 2, the Tuatjali chapter hereby adopts the policies and procedures for virtual hybrid chapter meetings attached hereto as Exhibit A, which includes a requirement for quorum, voting, and meeting conduct. 3, the chapter president, vice president, and secretary treasurer are hereby authorized to implement the necessary technical and administrative logistics, including the management of virtual credentials and posting the meeting login information on all official agendas. 4, these policies shall be applied consistently with the LGA, and inconsistencies shall be resolved in favor of the LGA. So TNC proposed resolution for virtual hybrid attendance policy and procedures for the virtual hybrid chapter meetings. 1, purpose. Under the Navajo Nation Council's resolution CO 8523 and CGA 0324, several sections of the Local Government Act were proposed to allow chapters to authorize attendance at chapter meetings through teleconference and or video conference. In order for these amendments to become effective, the majority of the chapters needed to approve the amendments to the LGA. This was described as step 1 on June 25, 2024. Step 1 was completed and the amendments were officially added as amendments to the LGA. Although effective, chapters will need to complete step 2 described below before beginning virtual hybrid chapter meetings. B, upon the effective date of the amendments, each chapter possesses the ability to decide for themselves if the chapter wishes to authorize virtual hybrid chapter meetings. Under new subsection 103B of the LGA, there are 2 ways that chapters can decide: 1, chapter resolution, or 2, chapter referendum. This is step 2. C, new section 103B also indicates that when chapters are initiating step 2, each chapter shall include hybrid virtual attendance participation policies. While each chapter may adopt their own policy and procedures, the Department of Justice offers this template as it is being legally sufficient. These policies and procedures shall be applied consistently with all the existing provisions of the LGA. Any inconsistencies in these policies shall be resolved in favor of the LGA. 2, step 2, chapter resolution or chapter referendum. A, chapter resolution at a duly called chapter meeting, the community or alternative form of governance will vote by resolution determined to allow virtual hybrid chapter meetings through a future chapter resolution or through a chapter referendum. If the chapter decides to go through a future chapter resolution, the chapter will post an agenda and a copy of these policies and procedures prior to vote being taken. In my using this template, the chapter shall post a copy of the policies and procedures to be used. B, chapter referendum. If chapter chooses to vote through a referendum, the chapter will need to satisfy all applicable requirements in the election code, particularly 11 NC subsection 403B, 405, 407, and 408. The referendum shall include a copy of these policies and procedures as used in the template. The vote requirement is the majority of the votes cast. C, effective date. The chapter may begin virtual hybrid chapter meetings after completing A or B. 3, definition. 1, AFOG means a chapter that has adopted an alternative form of government. 2, chairperson means a chapter president or an absent the vice president, and absent a vote, it means a chairperson pro tempore. It also means that the chairperson of a chapter adopted the AFOG. 3, co-host means a person who is assigned to assist and host in administering the virtual meetings. 4, hybrid means having a chapter meeting that includes in-person attendance and virtual attendance. 5, host means the person administering the virtual meeting. 6, LGA means Navajo Nation Local Government Act. 6 subsection 1 at sequence. 7, roll call means having a virtual attendance confirm that they are present at the meeting when the chairperson calls for a roll call. 8, virtual attendance is further defined in the LGA. For purposes of these policies, it means either virtual attendance or chapter meetings that are entirely virtual, not in-person presence. 4, quorum and voting. For A, any and all chapter meetings allowing virtual attendance shall include on the agenda the website link, phone numbers, and/or all necessary information to allow others to successfully log into the meeting. A1, under section 102B of the LGA, there's a minimum 48-hour notice requirement for all posting of agendas. A2, if login information is not provided at the time of the agenda is posted, the meeting may proceed only as an in-person meeting. A3, if login information is incorrect, the meeting may proceed only as an in-person meeting. B, at least 10 minutes prior to the meeting, to the start of the meeting, the host or co-host shall open the virtual session to allow attendees to begin logging into the meeting. B1, opening the virtual session does not start the meeting. The meeting will begin when a quorum is obtained. 2, the secretary treasurer shall take record of the persons logging into the meeting. 3, under section 103B of the LGA, only chapter members who are registered to vote at the chapter are counted towards quorum. Under section 210A, only registered chapter members are allowed to vote. 4, any person attending in person or virtually who is not registered to vote with the chapter will not be counted towards quorum or be allowed to vote. 5, it is the duty of each registered chapter member to inform the secretary treasurer of their name and state whether he or she is a registered chapter member. The chapter member will forfeit all voting rights if he or she does not identify themselves sufficiently to allow the secretary treasurer to confirm voting registration. 6, the secretary treasurer will prepare a list of all virtual attendees. 7, multiple individuals may share one login or phone line, but one person will be counted towards quorum, and only that person may vote. If other individuals want to be counted towards quorum or vote separately, those individuals will need to log in or call it separately. C, the chairperson shall ask for a roll call at the start of the meeting to determine if there is a quorum. C1, a quorum will allow the chairperson to call the meeting to order. Since different chapters have different quorum requirements, these policies presume that chapters establish a sufficient number of registered voters when a quorum is sufficient. 2, when a quorum is sufficient of persons attending in person, there is no need for a secretary treasurer to inform the chairperson to ask for a roll call. 3, when there is not enough registered voters attending in person, the chairperson shall call for a roll call of the virtual attendance to determine if there is still a quorum. The vice president or secretary treasurer may also ask the chairperson for a roll call. 4, virtual attendees are responsible for their own attendance. If the virtual attendee does not answer roll call, the person will not be counted towards quorum, even though he or she is still logged in. D, voting procedures. D1, when a vote is required, the in-person vote will be counted first. D2, next, the Secretary Treasurer will use the list prepared under D6 above and ask each person for the vote. 2A, the person shall either vote in favor, against, or abstain. 2B, if the person does not answer, the person will be considered absent. In other words, if the person does not answer, the vote will not be counted either in favor, against, or an abstention. 3, the Secretary Treasurer will add the virtual votes to the in-person vote count, provide the chairperson with the final combined tally. 5, other policies and procedures. A, duty to mute, raise hand, chat. 1, each virtual attendee has the duty to mute themselves when not recognized to speak. The chairperson will offer one word to the virtual attendee or mute themselves by recognizing the name and or 4 digits of the displayed phone number. If the person determines that the virtual attendee is not compliant, the chairperson will A, allow the host or co-host to mute the person's line electronically, or B, allow the host or co-host to disconnect the person's line. 2, raise hand if applicable. Some online platforms allow virtual attendees to raise their hand electronically. B, virtual attendees will raise their hand to request to speak. C, the Secretary Treasurer may sometimes need to inform the chairperson that a virtual attendant has raised their hand. D, the chairperson will recognize the raised hand and allow virtual attendees to speak. E, attendees by phone shall announce their desire to speak. The person's name will be placed on the list and the chairperson will allow each person to speak. F, this person not required for certain procedural matters such as point of order. 2, F, this shall not be required for certain procedural matters such as point of order, question of privilege, etc., which may be raised immediately and orderly. 3, chat if applicable. 3A, some online platforms allow virtual attendees to chat. 3B, the chapter should determine whether to allow chat or so determine the proper use of chat. B, no grounds for disconnection. 1, the chapter shall not intentionally disconnect virtual attendees. B2, when a virtual attendee is causing disorder of the meeting, the chairperson may exercise the power to adjourn or postpone the meeting as provided in section 1001B1E of the LGA. B3, when a virtual attendee has caused disorder in 2 different meetings, he or she will not be allowed to attend virtually for the next meeting. The person will be allowed to attend in person. B4, for habitual offenders, the chapter shall contact the Department of Justice. C, camera and video. C1, each chapter may decide whether to require the virtual attendee to turn on their camera when joining a virtual meeting. C2, the use of the camera may impact the bandwidth of both the chapter and virtual attendee. However, the use of the camera ensures chapters that virtual attendees are in attendance. D, service issues. D1, virtual attendees are responsible for their own online and phone line connection issues. D2, when the chapter is experiencing connection issues, the chapter shall recess for time to fix those issues. If those issues cannot be fixed, the chairperson shall use their authority under section 1001B1E to adjourn or postpone the meeting. This is even true when there is a sufficient number of in-person attendees. E, share screen. 1, most online platforms allow the share screen function that is often useful for presentation and showing documents on the screen within the online platform. 2E2, share screen by the chapter. The chapter has discretion to share screen of any public documents. E3, share screens made by virtual attendees. The chairperson has discretion to grant authorization to allow a virtual attendee to share their screen. However, the chairperson may seek input from others. F, recorded and public records. F1 under section 1001B3B of the LGA, all chapter meetings are recorded. Accordingly, chapters maintain record of the virtual chapter meetings. 2 under section 84A6 of the Navajo Nation Privacy Act 2 and C, subsection 81 as sequence. Chapter meeting minutes are public records. 3. Any person logging into the virtual chapter meetings is provided the consent to be digitally recorded. This includes the recording of any chat and comments if the chapter decides to allow chat and comments. 4, if possible, the chapter shall post a recording of the virtual meetings on the official chapter website or other platforms authorized chapter, social medias, YouTube, Vimeo, etc. G, virtual meeting credentials. G1, the host and co-host understand the virtual meeting credentials such as usernames and passwords are property of the chapter. 2, at least one chapter official or one chapter administrative employee shall possess the virtual meeting credentials in the event the host and or co-host is not available to start the session. G3, prior to departure of any person having credentials, that person shall inform the chapter official and the chapter employee of the credentials. Upon any departure, the passwords must be changed. 6, modification amendments. This template may be edited or amended by the resolution after receiving approval of the changes from the Department of Justice. So, community members, there is a policy for your proposed virtual hybrid attendance. I know this is something that I have brought on. It's not only for it's not for chapter officials to be a part of the virtual side, but to allow community members to also participate who are not able to take lead or attend chapter meetings. I know at times there's community members who request assistance from the community or from the chapter, and sometimes their lead is denied. And so this is one of the things that I am requesting, as I have read over to you, these are the policies, and I think I had started it off in the beginning. I know I was using Google Meets, and so if there is such a platform, I would probably have to purchase it out of my own pocket and make sure that it has the capabilities of recording and making sure I'm able to meet members within the community. So, is there a motion to accept this, and then we can go into discussion?
I want to make a comment. I have a full-time job. I make every effort to take leave to come to the planning meeting and the chapter meeting. There should be no excuse. This should not even be on the agenda. Because people make an effort to go to the basketball games at 2 or 3 o'clock. People make an effort to go to the casinos at this time too. I'm against this. We shouldn't even be, we should be here. If you are concerned about your community and your people, then you should be here, voicing your opinion. How do we know that these individuals are really voting online? It's not fair to the people that make the effort to attend these meetings. Thank you. Second. I make the motion. Second.
Miguel made a motion.
Second.
Second by Brenda. What was the motion?
My motion is regarding the resolution and for my people to vote against this resolution.
She's making a motion to go against this item here.
So what's the motion?
Do not accept.
Do not accept.
Not approve of this resolution, right?
I make a motion, we vote on the resolution, but I'm telling my people to vote against this resolution. No virtual meetings. Second, I close it.
Does everybody not understand what virtual means?
Yes.
I mean,
We don't want it.
They don't want
Jadi Facebook ini no ada asa ada nasib nas polis. Ada bote na isto. Akes to tahoro ni. Doreen second.
She second.
I'm second.
We have a question. I have a question.
Question.
Or question or a
Okay,
comment.
question.
Shanandai Otto Jordan. The point is you brought it up to the meeting, planning meeting. Shato tatati ni. We've done virtual before. It didn't work for us. It was a mess. I remember that. Oh, there was misleading, there was cheating. So it doesn't work for Tohajale. So we're going to vote against it and don't bring it back.
Yes.
Achievable that we finish we have some more items of the case.
Everybody
All vote
vote,
out,
don't
say.
vote in favor, don't aye.
Don't vote yes. No.
Everybody waiting to vote no?
We're waiting to vote no.
No.
They're all waiting to vote no. So there are 0 for votes for it.
For the record, all those in favor, raise your right hand again. 2 against.
Now raise your hand, guys, raise your hand.
Ako ay na-stuck with every meeting. We show up every meeting. 33.
I'll bring it back. Abstain.
Abstain, Shanana. Abstain, 1 over here. 2, 3. Motion carried.
Yeah, that's why you should have been to the recount.
Thank you.
That's what I wanted you to do on this one.
The vote to approve was 2 in favor, 33 opposed, 3 abstentions. So next item D, there was a tabling motion by Jacqueline. Item E, tabling motion by Jacqueline, or tabling motion passed. E, tabling motion passed. F, tabling motion passed. G, TNC 2026033. This one is the resolution from our landlord member, Ms. Dolores Apache, to read into record resolution of the Tohajale Navajo chapter, Canoncito Band of Navajos, authorization and endorsement for the Canoncito Tohajale chapter, landlord member, the NCBN Tohajale chapter, to collaborate with Navajo Nation Department of Transportation for improvements to Tribal Road 7071 south of the Tohajale Courthouse. So, community members, in your packet, you will see the resolution for 2026033. Whereas 1, the Tohajale Navajo chapter is a certified government pursuant to 26 NNC, subsection 3A, and is listed in 11 NNC Part 1, subsection 10, and is delegated authority over local matters consistent with Navajo law, including customs, traditions, and fiscal matters. And 2, the Tohajale Navajo chapter is empowered pursuant to 26 NNC subsection 1B to review local matters affecting the community, make decisions when necessary, and submit recommendations to the Navajo Nation Department of Transportation. When doing so, serves the best interest of the community membership. 3, the Church of Jesus Christ,
Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, through chapter officials, have formally requested improvements to address the road conditions access to the church and to the residents on the Tuajuela Community Canoncito Dam lands. And 4, these proposed improvements are intended to serve the needs of the church community as well as current and future residents of Tuajuela. And 5, the Tuajuela Navajo chapter seeks collaboration among Navajo Nation Department of Transportation representatives of the Navajo Nation Department of Transportation, representatives of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and land board members to carry out these improvements. 6, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has expressed interest in cost-sharing approach and beginning coordination with Navajo Nation Department of Transportation and the Tuajuela chapter. 7, the Navajo Nation Department of Transportation and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints will jointly coordinate the improvement projects and related cost-sharing responsibilities. And it's supposed to be 8, the Navajo Nation Department of Transportation will provide support through available resources as appropriate. 9, a joint venture agreement will be developed to identify the costs associated with the proposed improvements and determine the implementation strategy. 10, the Navajo Nation Department of Transportation is requested to provide appropriate recommendations, assist with necessary equipment and resources, and carry out the required road improvement. The Bureau of Indian Affairs, in DOT, and land board members shall provide project status updates to the chapter. Now therefore if we be it resolved, the Tuajuela Canoncito chapter hereby formally endorses and authorizes these cooperative efforts to improve Tribal Road 7071 south of the Tuajuela Courthouse, including access to the LDS Church. Community members.
How many land board members do we have?
We count?
I make a motion to accept the resolution, please.
It's Miguel, Della Kevula, that's me, Mr. Rodina, Isabel, Kevia, Podemos, questions, just say up. No, I think she's done it, stop. Hold on. Finish. Jackie.
There needs to be a correction, Jordan. We only have 1 land board member, not members. You need to take off the S on all the members. Because I think unless you're trying to include Clubsy as land board members, but you need to correct some of the verbiage on this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor, right?
Raquel, Isabel.
Okay, all in favor, raise your right hand. Leímos Latino anarchy. Okay, the Tanisha. Any opposed? Abstain. 1, 2. What was the vote, Loretta? 30. 32. 0, 2, 32, and 4 abstain. 1. 3 abstain. 3 abstain. Thank you.
Raquel, so with Jackie's correction with the members and member, is that okay with you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there any opposition to that? Okay. Ask that, sorry. So, next resolution, TNC 2026-034, resolution of the Tuajuela Navajo chapter, Canoncito Band of Navajos to approve and authorize the Howland discretionary assistance for registered Tuajuela Navajo community members utilizing the housing discretionary funds account in the amount not to exceed 2026 fiscal year allocations. Mr. Joseph Otero and Ms. Geneva Oh, Apachino, sorry. Mr. Joseph Apachino and Miss Geneva Stossi, sorry. This is just a standard resolution when community members are requesting for assistance. This is one of the audit requirements. I think when Mark, Jackie, and I had came in, this is where the accountability has started. So, could I get a motion to approve Lawrence and then seconded by Austin? Okay. Questions or?
Nadie quiere solo. A ver, ¿qué es? Ahí está Lawrence, que es nado Austin, ¿qué decía? Jackie, Lori.
Voting.
Huh?
Vote.
Oh, vote. Saturday. La cocina,
Yes. Council discretionary. I guess, yeah.
Now, 33 opposed, Sean. It's Arjun. Husband, so out of shot. Outside, out of shot. Yeah, that is on. Abstain. 3, 4, abstain.
So this is where I need you guys' clarification on if you want the community members to be a part of the planning meeting and regular meeting or just the regular meeting.
Both.
Because that has not been happening. I just wanted to let you guys know that. So I know in the future, if I think the administration usually tells them to be at both meetings, and most times they just attend the regular meeting. So, but I just wanted to go over that since Lori.
They need both to attend. They both need for that. Joy application in India. Bay Jordan and Baker's Canal Yard. Otherwise, she by the honey, she takes it. So she needs to be responsible. Do Yashuna put up such and so we really need to have your CSC to remind her of that. That's all.
I agree with Doreen. Our CSC needs to be more accountable. She needs to be accountable in presenting these names and making sure the packets are completed regarding scholarship and then regarding the discretionary fund. It's only fair to other students and to other community members that submit their packets completed, not just at the last minute adding these onto the agenda. Thank you.
Which brings us to an item that was just brought on. So next item is going to be TNC 2026035. And reviewing this resolution, I feel that there's going to be litigations that are involved because I know there was a resolution that was passed during Jimmy's administration that took out all the previous resolutions. So there's no resolution regarding the oversight. So there was a resolution already passed during that time. So TNC 2026035, which was added on. So this is resolution of the Tuajale Navajo chapter. Canoncito Band of Navajos accepted resolution TNC 1805049 that established the Tuajale Navajo chapter Canoncito Band of Navajos. Is a oversight to the Canoncito Band of Navajos Health Center, Inc., in which the Tuajali Navajo Chapter of Canoncito Band of Navajos requests removal of the current CBNHC Inc. Board of Directors effective immediately. So whereas one, the Canoncito Band of Navajos was granted certain lands in New Mexico to be held in trust by the United States government by the Act of August 13, 1949, and with this act in recognition of the Canoncito Band of Navajos, the Canoncito Band of Navajos government has provided services to the Canoncito Band of Navajos people. And two, the Tuajali Navajo Chapter of Canoncito Band of Navajos is a chapter of the Navajo Nation pursuant to Title 26 NNC Section 3A of the Navajo Nation government, and is listed as 11 NNC Part 1 Section 10, and delegated government authority with respect to local matters consistent with Navajo Nation laws. And three, the Tuajali Navajo Chapter Canoncito Band of Navajos in 2015 authorized the expansion of the contracted health services and programs associated funding to include all programs, services, functions, activities, and associated funding that benefits the CBN people. And four, the Tuajali Navajo Chapter Canoncito Band of Navajos effective July 1, 2016, the CBNHC contracted with the Indian Health Services to provide all Indian Health Services funded programs for the CBN people and other Native Americans in the Tuajali, New Mexico area. And five, the Tuajali Navajo Chapter Canoncito Band of Navajos in early 2016 was noted the articles and bylaws of the CBNHC with regards to selection of the board of directors, and in June of 2017 was addressed to provide that 4 of the 5 board membership will be elected by the CBN membership, and 1 board member will be appointed by the Tuajali Navajo Chapter president, with all the board membership elected and appointed be certified by the Tuajali Navajo Chapter Canoncito Band of Navajos Resolution 2 CBNHC Inc. And 6, the Canoncito Band of Navajos Tuajali Navajo Chapters find that it is in the best interest of the CBN community and the CBNHC Inc. to reserve CBN Tuajali Navajo Chapter the authority to suspend and or remove board membership upon a fine of neglect of duties to CBN TNC of monthly reports, B, transparency to personnel, C, interaction with CBN community not available, D, no information at monthly community meetings for updates on any Indian healthcare service changes. Now therefore is be resolved, 1, the Tuajali Navajo Chapter Canoncito Band of Navajos retains oversight of the governance and operation of the Canoncito Band of Navajos Health Center pursuant to its duties and responsibilities. Adhere to Title 26 NNC Section 3A of the Navajo Nation Government as listed as 11 NNC Part 1 Section 10, and delegated government authority with respect to local matters consistent with Navajo Nation laws. 2, the Tuajali Navajo Chapter Canoncito Band of Navajos request for removal of the current Band of Canoncito Band of Navajos Health Center Board of Directors effective immediately. 3, the Tuajali Navajo Chapter Canoncito Band of Navajos request that Canoncito Band of Navajos membership immediately select, elect, and certify new CBNHC BOD immediately. President.
Motion, I think it,
Motion?
Quite the motion, I think it, go ahead, vote. Question.
That's it. I don't know what's in. I am wondering what happened with the clinic again. The Yashinara, he told me, Hanane Kala, what's it? I don't want to get watched on the water. Oh, shouldn't not base of the bottles in that. I don't cut nana, no report. Last month report. employee I was an employee for many years and got the medical records, clinical, dental, and clinic. Auto board members, no, 17 years. Ako, Antinia, Mahimishiki, at Kahino, and you sign a contract, your name to abide by all these federal rules, regulations. Get by that. But geez, although you have no business in the meetings when you're an employee talking, you let the CEO, the person in charge, talk and do all the negotiations and reports. It's not the employee's responsibility to step in there and come in here and say all these things, because that's cause for removal when you do things like that. For me, this is news to me. I sure hate to put my community through this again, because you don't do that. I've seen the turmoil we've gone through, and I don't think we need any more. I bet then not sauce. I done the head so the much $5,000 is the board members. I said nothing. Left and right employees that Robert LGC or minor things on the Shkatahana and the Aris Banate of Nipri. A copelata Banati Jake at Apodomikayat Etan and Kunjokan Danish. But in now, but okay, so it's not talking IHS. Chico, they know the level of the head of no, it's not coming on to the phone. I don't shall hard and pass, we don't design, I'm not that type of way. So, make that wise choice today decision, thinking about your people, not about what you don't like or who you don't like. So, make that decision today. Share it with us and be there. Yeah.
Rita?
I would like to make a comment. I don't agree with Dolores, I'm sorry, because I believe that they're not being, the health board is not being accountable to our people. They're not. We're not informed of when these meetings are. They do not invite their people. We're shareholders. Canoncito Band and Navajos are shareholders. And I have a problem with one of the board members sitting as a chapter official. This board member shouldn't even be on there. The new chapter administration should have put in a new board member. That's not right. And the people, shareholders, were not even informed that one of the board members resigned as of November 2025. Why? Ask why this board member resigned. I was told because of micromanagement. That's not right. We can't operate like that. I mean, whatever happened in the past, yeah, it happened. But I'm tired of it. What did Benny Chapo say? Let's move forward. We're stuck in the same place. The same people run the chapter. The same people run the school board. The same people run the health board. Where have we gotten? Nothing. It's sad. You might not like what I'm saying, but it's the truth. It's sad that our people are suffering. And what is this new board going to do now to us, the shareholders? File an injunction on us? In Judge Platero's order, it says, I will not infringe on the people's right to vote, the health board members. Come on. I'm tired. I'll give you an example. When my child was getting vaccinated down there. And I don't care about HIPAA right now because I'm the parent. My child was getting vaccinated. And then she got a double dose of the same vaccine. The doctors, the nurses, they didn't catch it. It was the billing person. Came back and said, wait a minute, look, you made a mistake. How is that? And I was like wondering why my child was sick. Usually I take my child to Presbyterian for vaccines. And I said, okay, to alleviate taking leave all day or half a day, I'll go utilize our clinic. Thinking that, nothing was going to happen. Nothing ever became of that. Nothing. And I brought this up before. Dental's an issue. I was told, come back, or we'll call you back to reschedule your appointment. It's been a year. And I'm sitting there waiting for medication for a family member, and people are just going in and out of the dental. I'm like, what the heck is going on here? That's not right. We need to put our foot down as shareholders. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of it. Like I'm going to read again, Judge Plantero said, I will not infringe on the people's right to vote. Thank you.
I'll be the second person you might not like very much, but I agree with Raquel. My sister is right now in a care facility, maybe you know, I don't know, but she oftentimes went to the dental clinic, and I had a friend there that worked there. She's no longer here on the reservation, but whenever she went in there, she told me that the dental assistants would make fun of her and say, oh, her again. Oh, did you smell her breath? She's just full of, smelling cigarettes and all day kind of thing. That's rude. You don't make comments like that to patients. You don't talk to patients like that. You just encourage them and tell them, look, you know what, maybe you need to go do a smoke cessation session or a program or something, But they don't do that. They don't assist you with anything that you really need help with, right then and there. And not only that, but I really, really do not like the disrespect they give to the president. He has every right to make this rule. This ruling right now, this resolution right now, they disrespected him. They won't allow him to any meetings. They just kind of shove him aside, say you don't know anything. You're not educated enough. We don't need anybody to put anybody down. Anywhere. You encourage each other. You show the love. We are family. We're all family. They fired a lot of people that were very important there. I miss the dentist that was there when I used to go there. Now I rely on the Veterans Administration, and they're doing a great job. And I'm glad that I have insurance now. I can go to any other dental place if I want to because of my experience with this clinic. It's not right. The ones that left, they really cared. They give you a toothbrush, a toothpaste, or something like that when you're leaving. Floss. They're not chintzy. So I really encourage everybody to vote on this, please. Thank you.
I have something to say. I may not be a tribal member of Tawajale, as I'm always told when I come to a chapter meeting. But I am a patient down at the Canoncito clinic. Yes, down at the clinic. And, my question is, why is a non-tribal member
president of the health board. If I can't vote, if my voice cannot be heard here at chapter meetings, so why is Mr. Abeda our health board president? And why is he letting people go? Just like I agree with Raquel, even my medical information is put out there. Was there any disciplinary put on these two nurses, two staff? No, there wasn't. So every time I come to bring up my concern, I'm always told, you're not a tribal member. When I was raised here, I grew up here. And my mother is from here. I have family from here. So I do agree with Raquel.
I'm sorry. The young children see the big word and like I said, the Corona Tina. At least the English almost wrote them. And I was not yet said that no, they are here. Only one of the thousand houses, Aro Kujigo. Referral, you know, only almost in the gun. It should. Tokonon tina teknolojina nanda diciera ciudad. Odasira, cedi, adana khasiro tasakasho. Why sana dona shana dona khasiro. For consider case of unlegal happening not of. Euro Editions and Altan Naki's Naki. I found 2 years in that sort of. We need to be replaced.
Navarro and Navarro.
I'm really worried about the clinic. Oh, I'm sorry, good afternoon. I'm Elvira Secretary Yazzie. Can I hear your mic? You want me to yell? Yes. Anyway, good afternoon. I'm Elvira Leona Secretary Yazzie. I am from here. I'm going to try to make this as short as possible, but I went down to the clinic and I wanted to make an appointment. And then I found out that the physicians are leaving. 3 of them, 3 providers. I couldn't make an appointment. So now I'm going to have to run back again to the waiting room between ACL and IHS in Albuquerque again. It's hard to do that because you get this runaround. My referrals are running around because I go to the Union Cancer Center. I go to IHS. Then I have to run to ACL. So now it's going to be our clinic. We're supposed to be the people I send my referrals to. People I'm supposed to call and say, hey, I'm in the emergency room, or hey, I need this. We're not there, the personnel are gone. We're losing people at the clinic. We have no staff. If you look on the board up there that's lit up by the clinic, how many positions are left open? If you look at that board, there's over 6 positions open. And they're trying to find people to fill them. I understand that. But at this point, when you're not feeling good, you have emergency situations, and they're not there, and you need your medication, where are you gonna go? We need to be understanding too that those people that work at that facility, they need to be treated with respect. They need to be honored for what they do, because it's not easy dealing with sick people. It's not easy. It's hard to deal with mental issues. It's hard to deal with people in general when there's a problem. But I have every respect for every one of those employees down there that have stuck it out through the whole thing. And now our people want to go back to that clinic. They want those services back. I think we need to do something about that and replace the board. We do. We need to get this
Hey everybody. For those that don't know me, I'm going to be told Nancy, but I am Francesca. I just want to say that we all have to remember this healthcare facility was created for us, for our people, so that we didn't have to travel to BCL. These services and that initial grant was written for us, to service us. It was always intended for the people of this community to have a say in your healthcare, to have access that we didn't have before, so we didn't have to show up ACL. And, you know, I have done my part in this community, I feel, but now I also am not happy with the healthcare down there. And yes, I was also a former employee. You know what? I saw and I went and I came back to help my people. That was my reason for going to the healthcare or going to the clinic to go help in working that PR position. You know, I wasn't asked anything about my background. say who, but I talked with 2 providers, and you know what they both told me? One provider's quote to me exactly was, I said, why are you leaving? You're an excellent doctor. Where are you going? He said, please tell me so that I can follow you. I'll use my insurance to follow you because I've never had a provider like you provide the services or listen to me the way you do. I told this provider that. The provider told me, I can't deal with the board. I can't deal with decisions being made because they're so emotional. And I don't know how to deal with different directives on a day-to-day basis. So I'm sorry. I love the people of this community, but because of things that are going on within this board, I can no longer be here. That was what a provider told me 3 weeks ago. And then ever since then I said, well, can I have another appointment before you leave so that we can try to establish a plan for my care? That's what I requested. Provider. And then I talked to another one because I went in as a walk-in. And I got asked a question and said, you are a former leader. What can be done? Your providers are leaving because we cannot work with the board. And that was the reason why we were all leaving. And that's disheartening to me. Hearing that from 2 providers in 3 weeks. And I know that I haven't been the only patient that's been told that. Probably some of you have been told that too and just haven't spoke up or anything. But something needs to give. Something needs to change. Because we have great people at the facility. And we've had great people. We have people that were willing to be there for us. And that's what we need here on out. We need the transparency. We need to know what's going on. And that's where I stand on that. It's just, I want transparency. I would like these providers to stay. Where are we going to find that care? We don't. We have a lot of critically ill patients here. We have a lot of patients who need these services. And if we can't get it together, we're going to lose our healthcare system.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, see, there's one more over there. What's her name? Phyllis Millboy.
Hey, hello everyone. My name is Phyllis Millboy.
Here and talk to us. We haven't seen you in a while.
I know. I'm really concerned too about these providers that are leaving. We have a Navajo-speaking doctor that does wonderful work with our men out here. Our men are so comfortable with this doctor. Dr. Roblero does really well with pediatrics. Children love her. Then Dr. O'Shea, I mean, what can I say, you know? She's one that I've really grown to appreciate and love. And it just seems like it hurts. I feel like I'm just being ripped apart because I love my community. I love the healthcare. You know that I was there for many years. And I had to leave because of false accusations that my supervisor at the time accused me of. And with that, I went into, I'm sorry, a deep depression. I just spiraled down. I wanted to go back. I know I was good at my job. It's just very hard. We work so hard to become 638, and now everybody, the people that are there just don't seem to value that. Yes, there's policies and procedures, but we're 638. We can also amend some of the policies and procedures if we decide to. Not all of them, not the federal guidelines, yes, but other ways that we can accommodate our clinic. Why aren't these people that are our board members, why are not they open-minded? Why aren't they compassionate? I sat here all this time, I'm hearing a lot of worries. Me, I fell down and I broke a vertebrae in my back. I had to use a walker. And I can only go so far sometimes when I'm driving. I don't want to have to go look for other help care again. I really don't. But I hope you people take into consideration, we need to do something. We've lost some good doctors. Maybe we can get them back. I don't know. We have good people there. Why are you people being so difficult?
Yes.
Thank you.
You have every right to speak here. So, Doreen.
Yada ish nandaya Dana so tani. Shirola Sisago Hadis. By Identity Clinic. Earlier, it looks like I was pointed out. Wayate Tapatayatio. It is Bahas and Basahas me. 2021 at dawn. The Dakhela Clinic Yos was no Bechi Yadit. Attend all as pigeon Danish. Biga had a bansi crate. False voting the bansi crate. A potato be cuddy crate. Auto Kriyanana did the final vote. A Kishikia. Benina, I lost a leg. I came disabled. Auto Shito Ajachuin. I go see my provider, Dr. Roblero, who's leaving. Shito Dapodini. Dr. Roblero, why are you leaving? I cannot work with the health board. They are so hard to work with, they don't listen to you. There's some important decisions and important things that we need. They don't understand that it's needed now. Shouldn't Dr. Sosi's planning on leaving in August. That's not right. Why are we being difficult like Phyllis is saying? Me too, I was let go for no reason. I was working for registration. I had the experience. I knew how our community people were. This current administration didn't hire me. I was hired by a previous administration that saw me that I had a lot of experience. Where when COVID hit, I was ready to work. I didn't ask to go to training. I didn't ask to go wait. I knew my community people were sick. I always treat community people to modulate with respect. Health board didn't see that. They're just behind closed doors. No, we couldn't even go into their meetings. You get escorted by police. Why is that? That's wrong. That shouldn't be. What are they hiding? Is it because the clinic has a lot of money? She used to make her rounds. How's that employees doesn't do your work. And these employees work hard. Our nurses are gone. It's gone. It's quiet over there. Medicaid we need money. There's a lot of services that are in there that are gone. So we need change. Oh.
Thank you, Dorothy. So I think there's one man back there. Orange. 오렌지 미장지도
Young Sharon G. and Sharon. My parents is Arnold, Doreen, Francisco. But most of you know who we are. We're from here. I'm from here. I went to school here. Graduated over 30 years ago.
Warriors.
My kids went to school here. Years ago and still no change.
Yep. 6 years. Amen.
And we're barely getting to school. Barely. I thought this was done, over 2 years ago. By now we should have had a new school. What are we waiting for? I just barely found out we're gonna lose our doctor, my doctor, from my parents. You all know what happened to my mom. My mom swore the people stepped up, and look what happened. Look what happened to her. Yes, I'll look. Because nobody's told her sorry.
Nope.
Nobody. Just because she voiced her opinions. And look what happened to my mom. I'm thankful. God, I'm thankful my mom is still here. As much as she loves her community, yes, she went to the clinic to work, experience. Most of you know she worked IHS in Albuquerque.
Yes.
She retired and look, she wanted to come back. They let her go. I'll say it again, she just said it. They let her go. Why? A person who knows what she's doing, who's been in the IHS for a very long time, over 15 years. What am I supposed to do? I live by Bernalillo. You know, my parents still come out here to take my kids to school. I have my niece and my son. They don't want to go to Albuquerque because they love our community of what's left. I'm really upset right now finding out all of these. I come here now, I'm listening. I'm listening now because something needs to be done, no change. Like I said, I'm 48 years old and no change has been done. And me too, I tried to do good for the community. As you know, I tried to start getting people healthy here. And I've done it for over 10 years, starting an exercise club here with everybody. Then things happened. And then I got put out. And nothing, we don't even have anything like that at our clinic. No resources or anything like that. You guys know we all battle with health problems. What are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do?
And I don't want to go to Albuquerque. Why? Because I'm from here. And I love my community. I come to this clinic. My kids still come out here. My parents, my siblings, my nieces, nephews. And I'm hoping we can make a change. We need a change. I don't understand. I don't understand. I'm just really frustrated. I don't know how hard it is. But I needed to say something because of from where I'm from, and I'm speaking up for my mom of what happened. And my kids. My son's ready to see the new school built. He don't want to go to Albuquerque. And he tells me, Mom, we're going to be right by the clinic. So if anything were to happen to me again, I can just walk over there. And they will help me. So I just wanted to express my opinion and frustration, and I hope we get something done. Thank you.
My doctor is leaving, Dr. Soul. She gave me some I don't think she's else is then number is she yahotin me starts and number she starts the Shana. Never as the Ashahati is not the starting sin, but the snow. All the Shishlohashi, Shahana, and other. In an Kiliyanija, in a Hatishbeni now. They each any only as a chapter official, I am not informed about what's going on at the clinic. I'm not even invited to come to their meeting. Not even once have I been invited. What's going on, people? And right now, we're faced with this again. And we need to change all this, people. As the chapter people, I'm told to be careful because of the lawsuit and all that. But I'm sure that if I put my people behind me, we can do this. Yeah, we can remove anybody if we want to. All of them. Let's go.
Good afternoon, or good evening, 6 o'clock. So I just do want to let community members know, I do support everything that you're saying. As far as the former employees, I know when you go into any organization on Navajo, the Office of Navajo Labor Relations would be able to investigate it, and any type of lawsuits, they would be able to provide you assistance. So if you feel that you're wrongfully terminated, then they would support you, and you just have to go through the whole, the process on that side. As far as the court order, in the past, Raquel had brought it up, I think 2 months ago, and I had requested it. I still have not gotten it. If that court order is out, I think it would be best to include that language that Raquel is saying to address it in your resolution. So I know in the past, one of the things that with President Hurley, we had tried making an appointment from the chapter through him, signing the letter, and we had said, okay, we're gonna put Jervis in there. And then that first lawsuit I came on, come to find out the documents that had been provided over to us for Ms. Morris, her position was supposed to be done with the last term.
Yes.
So that date was already listed in there. So the reason why I have requested from Raquel for that court order is so that we can use it to go forward with it. She still has not provided me anything over as far as the court's responsibility to provide it over to us. Me, Ronnie, and Jervis, they have not provided us anything, or they haven't provided me anything because the health board had filed suit against myself, Ronnie, and Jervis.
Right.
So for the appointment of Jervis, because we knew that on the bylaws it stated that the chapter president had that power to make an appointment. The argument that I came from the health board is that Nora's position starts once she was put into that position and 4 years after. But I remember when those bylaws had came forward to the community, it was stated that it's for a term. Jackie, Lawrence, Pauline, and there was 2 other health board members during that time. That was their whole intent during that time, is to make sure that the president had a tie into the health board, the clinic, so that way whoever he puts in there, he would be able to give those reports back. And so, I mean, I'm all for it. I think one of the things that I am really in opposition is I would not want any other previous health board member in there. The reason why I say is that the previous health board, they were an illegal health board. Jackie, Lester, Leanne, they were all put in there illegally. It has to go through the same process, and I think if anything, like, we see there's public information out there. We see all this information regarding anybody. You can look it up for me or anybody sitting in here, but you have previous health board member that sat in there that had felonies. When you have a 638 contract, you're not supposed to have a felony and sit in that position. So know that there's these positions that are these high-level positions, they cannot have any type of background like that. That's what I put into, and then for a whole 3 years, they put my term into, I guess, into the blender, and I was just trying to be accountable. $25,000 later, they're still supporting this individual. And so, as far as the reports, I do agree with the resolution. Once I read it, I'm like, oh, okay, this is what it is. We do send over the report. This year, I started sending over an email to the chief administrators of our organization, the courthouse, the school, the clinic, NHA. That side, it's just a mess on that side too. But I do have that information and inviting these organizations to provide over a report. So I know as a school board member, when no one on the school board is able to report, I report. But have you gotten that with the health board side as an official who is sitting in on that side? So I do send these emails over. As far as the lack of support, I do see that, and I think that's one thing that I had informed the officials on, and as far as like putting a strategic meeting together, and it seems like the chapter is like the only one wanting to do something, because it really is you guys' clinic, it really is your clinic, and you have a decision. But one of the things that I also noticed in this resolution that kind of went back against Mark's resolution is Title 26 for your chapter officials. As far as the committee, it's only for chapter committees. A health board is not a chapter committee. So I think that's the language that you should take out word it differently and then put it back into this resolution, because the president is only able to appoint chapter committee members, not the health board, not the school board, not the land board, no other official position. One of the things that I had also mentioned in the beginning is that give it to Navajo Election Administration, do staggered terms, so that way we don't fall into this situation. I know when Jackie was president over there, that board had really they really fought. They didn't want to listen to anything. They didn't want to hear what was going on. The community wanted to put health board members in there. They really fought for their position. So $5,000 later, I don't know. I don't know who paid back. So, but as a community member, that's one of the things that I feel I lose sleep over. But I think that's where to make this resolution stronger, Raquel, you need to add the language that's coming from that court order. Also provide over the language that came, the lawsuit that they put against your dad, myself. You have that information, I'm sure. And then as far as the bylaws, we don't know what bylaws they were, but from my understanding is that the bylaws 2 is what was approved. And in those bylaws, if there were any changes to the bylaws, it had to be approved by the chapter membership. From my understanding is that there are bylaws 3. Bylaws 3 has never been sent over to the health board or to the community for approval. So I think we kind of beat this conversation, but I just know that there'll probably be another injunction in there. But I guess we'll just move forward with it. But I do want to let you know it's whatever you do from here, it's up to you. But know that the oath of the Navajo Nation blankets you. So with that, can I get a motion to approve this resolution? If there's any amendments, Raquel? Motion?
Yes.
Is there a second?
I had already made the motion.
It wasn't recognized. Do you second?
I second, but I want to ask Raquel to put in her verbiage that she read from the court order. So if
I agree that we should put the language in there regarding the
Judge Platero.
Okay, so next one. Going back to our plan of operations that we did send over, so there's going to be a motion to amend by Jackie. Raquel, if you can provide me over that language. Can you read it so I can place it as a item?
I will not infringe on the people's right to vote regarding health board.
Take it up there and then put it in.
This one I did not get, so, but it's a different order, not against us. So this one, for the record, it's order THCV 000001, 2024.
Jordan, for the record, I want to state that that court order is public information, so anybody can request it. So I'm just letting you know that. And then I noticed also that Laura was recording me when I was talking. So I'm just, for the record, that I am on leave. So if that's the reason why she was recording me, thank you.
So there's a motion to amendment in the link. Can you show me where? Because I don't know where it's at.
Not Jordan.
I just want this resolution to have weight. So if you guys don't want that weight, I can do the resolution as is.
We're sick. He just lost a brother with his favorite child.
So while she looks for it, I'll reread it. Is there a second to that amendment to add that language?
I second it already.
That was the motion to approve. Alvaro? I'm going off of the plans or the rules of order, so I think I have to kind of follow it now. Know that the reason why I'm saying this is you do have 2 health board members and it is being recorded, so most likely they're going to challenge it. So that's why I want to make sure that the language that's in there is the language that is being recorded. So I'm sorry, I'm not being difficult, but it's more to protect the resolution and what will happen after it. So.
That's very sad. Mom. Huh? Who's on the health board that's here? Lauren? I just kicked. Oh, Lauren says Lauren. Who else? No, you just kicked. Nora. Nora and Lauren? You too? No, he got served. Served. He got served. He got served.
So this resolution will add introduction of number 116. Furthermore, the court concludes that although the CBN membership is granting voting rights within the bylaws, the court determines such voting rights are limited to electing those individuals deemed qualified to sit on the board of directors. The right to vote on the corporate governance, including voting on the amendments to corporate bylaws, is not reversed or reserved in either Navajo corporate law, the Articles of Incorporation, or the amended bylaws of the CBN-AC. With that stated, the court shall not infringe upon the voting right and result of Canoncito membership in its election of its board of directors. Number THCB 000-2024, and this is coming. The Canoncito Band of Navajo's Health Center versus Kimberly Bruce, Harrison Platero, Lester Secretarial, and Garrett Watchman. This could be another issue, but okay, that is the language that will be added as a whereas section number 8, it goes 7. It'll be 6 and then move the 6 to 7 because that usually kind of just puts everything together. So with that, there's a motion by Jackie and then seconded by Alvara. Is there any questions on the motion for amendment? Vote those in favor of the amendment to include the language I just read.
To include the verbiage.
All those opposed?
I'm sorry, 30 at the door.
Opposed? 30 opposed?
No, 30 for the resolution.
In favor is 30.
Yes.
31.
All those opposed?
31.
Opposed?
Sorry,
0.
All those in abstaining.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 abstentions. 5.
So going back to the main motion, which also includes, this is the approval of the resolution now. So there's a motion by Raquel Hurley, seconded by Jacqueline Platero. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Again? Oh, yeah. This is 4.
For the resolution. For the resolution.
47.
All those opposed?
0.
Abstain.
4. 5. 5.
2705, the motion passes, the resolution passes. So, community members, going back onto our agenda, we're going back to reports number 5. So our first report is going to be from Navajo Nation Office of the Prosecutor, Jamie Hino, our former council delegate. Go Cowboys!
No, he's still on the employees. It's good to be here. Good to be with the chapter meeting. I'm a prosecutor for the Navajo Nation and Navajo Nation Department of Justice in and I'm in this position for about over 2 years now. So April 2024 is when I started working, and my main district is Rema, though. Rema, that's what I was hired for. Tojule and Alamo, they had their own prosecutor here. AMP prosecutor, Hadlon. So Ado from Rema, I used to take care of Rema and then to the city of Akashiane for children's cases. So the prosecutor's office, back in January of 2026 this year, your prosecutor that was assigned here, he resigned his position. I don't know that there was that void there. There was nobody to take care of the cases here, and Alan was there. So I figured, well, maybe I should expand and offer my services and take care of the court cases that are pending here. So I asked the chief prosecutor to assign me to Tojule and Alan. I'll be like, no, go ahead. Because usually when you think is that there's hardly any cases that come up here. Every month, every quarter we have numbers that come up. And so I've been there's hardly anything going on. But then again, when I came into the position, there's a lot going on. I'll tell you that much is positive. I think right now that I'm here, there are a lot of cases I've been taking care of, especially criminal cases. That police officers, they come, that when they come, they make their arrests. But a lot of the arrests, they're close and the police reports are just sitting there. So I started reading them, take care of them, and filing the criminal complaints that need to be filed. So I got action on it. And so our criminal cases have gone up in both communities because we're actually filing those cases now. Although the other one is our dependency cases that are going through abuse and neglect. So that's what I'm taking over to right now in both communities. Although the main one is truancy, absenteeism. And so I've been working closely with Alamo School Board. Our Alamo School has a board by the school. And so one case in point there, once they found out I was actually doing cases there, they sent me a big old envelope in my office, through the mail. I opened it up and there were 20 referrals for truancies. 20 families that were not sending their kids to school. So what I did is each and every one of them I filed through the court. And so we're able to bring the parents and the kids into the court system to find out why they are not going to school. Because that's important. Education is important. So that's one of my jobs, is to work with the families to make sure that their children go to school. I'll have to add that. But then again, I'm really into a big problem here with the community as far as bringing these defendants into the court. It's that criminal summons, even though I filed the criminal complaints, they're just sitting there. The officers are not serving these summons. So every time there's an arraignment, there's a lot of people coming that are wishing of a trial. But then again, I always get when it comes to the news I get, they're not being served. Because of the fact that I can't do anything with these cases, so I just have to do continuous again and continuous again. So everything now, right now,
I wanted to give a report to ask the leadership, the local chapter leadership, to see how they can help my office to encourage the Navajo Nation police to actually serve these criminal summons. That way I can bring the people before the court, these defendants, into the court system, and then we start the prosecution. And making them answer for their crimes. A lot of times people say, well, nothing's happening, I'm not. And the reason being is because we cannot bring them into the court system. So that's why I wanted to give a report. The other thing is that I don't think there was ever been a report from the prosecutor's office, right? The time George was here and stuff like that. So even I wanted to make the effort to be open to the community of what our office is actually doing. So that's why I'm here. All I have to do is sit and I'll be here again next month if I have to, but more likely for sure in July I'll be here again to do another report, an updated report so that the people know here in the community that we're here to help, and then we're here to work the court system with that. So that's all I don't want to keep. It's already 6:30. And I'm just thinking, okay, I gotta go feed my horses here pretty soon, and then head back to Reno. But the main thing here is that it's good to be here, and it's good to see that everybody's still here at this late hour of that. So it's good to be here. I don't know if there's any question. I look at case regarding my short report.
Mr. Kilo, in our area, are you saying that you're working with us now as a prosecutor? And when Mr. Longhorse was here, there was about 300 cases a month. But now there's only about 2 or 3 cases. Ako, yene to di ko ekas anike yai biba ishi panas behor and the reason why they're not being reported is because there's no police. Police here believe na kung at the home Michigan to report on that yashi data. We sure like to work with you in a way that some of these things that are happening out here needs to be, I guess, we need a social worker. Halit Kombe Nika Adida was so big Komata Hon Michigi Nakaba Queen Sindoli. Halit then court sa Anigijo upon the Yahi Eto Vista over the evening. Over the Ponde got on Nabi Bayana Kakoto, they get away with a lot of crime and Egi Echo or Yashkunda. As a chapter official, I have seen it. As a chapter official, my kids were police officers, and I know what I'm talking about. Ako every Nashipahos and Eden. Ako Nika Adin was Adi courthouse Kunayaki Eto. Ako the Salauti Education. So Eshina Ako Ekut Aba on Sinship. Ako Eko Aba on the art of this case.
Yeah, National Guard. Although these concerns that you're bringing up, the main concern at the same time, the criminal complaints are there to indict. So, because she is like this, criminal complaints, but the thing is the officers to go to the houses and find these people and serve them their summons and say, hey, come back, you're being summoned to the court. There's that a barrier right then. Nobody's doing that. One case of point is that there was a break-in at the school. There was somebody that went to the school, they broke in. Although the officer came out, which happens to be your daughter, Kendall. She found out who it was. doing her techniques and stuff, how to report Chichinilla. Once we got that report, I filed the criminal complaints against the people. And I've been calling the convoy office and said, I need these guys served right here. Their court date's coming up in a couple of weeks. I need these guys to be served. I need them to be kind of brought in. I didn't need it. The court date came around. These guys are not served again. So what do I do? I have to continue again. And pretty soon, the judge is getting tired of me saying that, Mr. Prosecutor, your lack of prosecution right here. What are you going to do in these cases? And I don't want to dismiss them. I want to keep going forward. But I'm glad to support the judge. He's getting upset with me. So from my point of view, I'm trying to go and meet with the chief and say, Chief, what have you done? At the same time, I think from the leadership here to give resolution to tell the Navajo PD that we need your help out here to serve criminal summons so we can bring these people to court. I didn't even know they're out there. They're just out there thinking nothing happened to me. I got arrested all the time. But then again, there's criminal complaints in that is chosen there, but nobody to bring to court. Yeah, no. On social services, I work with social services a lot on these dependency cases because they're out of conflict though. But they deal with how you, these social workers I work with, because they're out there teaching every cases and court hearings all the time. So I haven't missed the court hearing, they haven't missed the court hearing. So we're there every time we have a hearing. So the statute of limitation is 3 years. That's when they commit a crime, and if there's no criminal complaint filed against them, it's 3 years. But when I file a criminal complaint, that statute of limitation doesn't apply. It could go on forever. I've seen a warrant from 2008 that was still there, and then somebody they got picked up. So hey, what happened? What did I get picked up?
Lord, question.
Do you have, or can you hire a private individual to do service at a certain time?
There's two things, Navajo rules and criminal procedure. That's what we follow, and the court follows that too. I don't know on this side, Navajo rules of civil procedure. So on the civil procedure, they have been able to do that. Because it allows for private service to help me out. So I've been doing, using the court data to help me serve these summons on the civil side. AD for like children's cases, like any kind of court cases. On the criminal side, they love that. It doesn't say it's only criminal summons have to be served by a police officer. So I'm quite and so that's our target for me on the criminal side. I want to, I wish I could.
More questions for the prosecutor. Dennis. Okay, I'll turn it over to the council delegate, Norman.
Good afternoon, everybody still awake?
We're still here, Norman.
This morning, we have a lot of them. Other than the cleaner here, or that TV, PRA, or Indian Health Service, or get BRE, the Indian cow, it is easy. So, some of them, I know about in all of those cows, but the legal that, so, revive it, you fund up the short time to check. Or engage, so go, something, only President Bush, now, but the part of some of the check, it's on the check. Kodi kapia agent ye come for GP
그래서 내가 혼자 신기해서 이내서 뛰는 안다 무슨이라 그래야 아까 내서 뛰는 학생 180 employees. So that's including all the workers and what the VIH. Kopenhagen is not. Harita or Nito, Haita, Yazon, no, either, no, so the Kaya. Then by back and then, about Joe was in Kaya, Eva Akibayati, who never is united, Chito, Honsham, Chizes, and now she very upset myself, Naya. Apa Punchio, Ella, Pia, Ella, or Tanida. If you do the paper, right paperwork, you can use your allotment land. You have to go follow the chain of command. It's not there. I'll look into that more. 28 various sites. There's $101.2 million left. I guess they put in for get a cattle guard or fencing along these BIA roads. I just got that word yesterday. So I need to find out what are you but I don't know if I can transfer those money over to these projects that are in India. Up at Dacha, we got $1.5 million. It's not going to be given to the chapter or anything. It's going to be the I'll be like the supervisor, which project, but I need to meet with the chapter official, the land board, and see KDC team on the because right now, before, Canada only got $1 million there. Told you they got 200,000. Raymond got 1.3. So, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to reverse it. I'll let you guys know. I'm going to reverse that money now. What you say, and Elmore will get more money on this project here. What are the streets from? So, she's a cow. They eat sheep. So let me know that I'm going to do it. So I don't do them. For the Kenya, Roundup Indian. That came out in the BIA report, was Roundup in. So A is still in question. There's some horses that are all down. I guess it's starving and stuff like that on the road. I don't know. So I don't know what they. I don't know that's the disease. I don't know about the fishing account. I don't need a hardship money. Need it at the one day. Yeah, at the must. There's $7.8 million still there, but all together, these projects, all together, there's $130 million that's still available to be worked on projects out there. Mobile home $130 million in it, including the hardship money. But September 30 go. Hardship window. We don't know how much people are going to get put in there. The best was Anita Noya must cut the Nova Ash, Kabanaka, a hardship which I hold of. The edition that now I see best of the incident. No, they are in the I was aimed it. Either became either. They Washington, then no, you gotta have proof what you're paying for them.
같은 그런 리포트 대신 있어. 또 관님 이러시면 나는 시간을 어떻게 하나?
Yeah, this was, Mr. Harry, you've been very patient with us today.
Thank you, Mr. President, Vice President, Secretary, Council delegates, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Harry Garcia. I'm running for municipal state representative for House District 69. I was the representative in 2016, 2024. You know, unfortunately, I lost my election, but I'm going to try it again because there's a lot of issues that need to be addressed. You know, some of the issues that are pressing to me right now is local jobs, small businesses, lower cost for working families, strong schools for our kids, affordable health care, including mental health, infrastructure that works, including broadband. Back to what you gentlemen lately were talking about that health center. And I've been listening to all the things that are going on, and it came over and over again. It's your health center.
Yes.
You need to keep that in mind. It's yours. It doesn't belong to anybody else. You know, as a representative, when I was in the House, it's not about Harry Garcia. It's about you people. It's your house. You know, we're just caretakers of it. And if I get back in there, you'll never need an appointment. You never needed one for the 9 years that I was in here. And I will never change who I am. And I want to cut it short because I need Anita to speak for me a little bit. I will never promise you something that I cannot keep. If I tell you what you want to hear, that it's going to be all good and peachy, and then it doesn't happen, that makes me not a very critical person. I'd rather tell you the truth and tell you what, it probably won't happen, but I'm going to try my best. You know, I want to go back to 2020. I was looking at pictures of the world on my phone. When COVID hit, you know, I'm the one that bought you water up here. I'm the one that bought you groceries up here. I bought them semi-loads of it. And not only here, I bought it to Alamo, to Oaxaca, to Peru. I try to help everybody, and I will do that again. I'll try my best of my ability to be fair with everybody. You know, you can't pick and choose who you want, but if you're fair with everybody, at the end of the day, people see what you're doing. And you know, I'm not here just for election. When I was in office, I was here all the time. I attended a lot of meetings here. You know, I was real instrumental in helping me get that water from out here to here. You know, at one point I got accused of not trying to help the kids with the school here. And that wasn't the issue, because I asked the chapter house president then where he wanted the money, and he said we want it for water. We need to have water before we get all these schools up here. And that's just one point of it. You know, it's easy to say I'm going to do it all, but I can't. But with that being said, you know, June 2nd, the election, I will appreciate your vote and support, you know, and I promise you I will do my best to help you out. And I always have, and I always will. And if you would, Mr. President, you and Anita, just a few seconds.
Good to see you, Doreen. We go back a long ways. We used to work together. Anyways, Karen Kirishniya was very good when she was in the chance of she touching her, my son, that she said, the poetry, Yaha Perry Garcia, Yaha, I know the work that he did, I know what kind of person he is, I know his family, and 4 years when he was a state representative. Capital outlay, 8 lay or total peso, chapter no the located for the project a argument or a based on bringing the job on Aro for a yaha Navajo Nation a bana Aro Navajo Nation a other reimbursement for or a yahin danish a chapter seeking based on the yahin or a yaha project seeking chakana. A coding project seeking a yaha grader that's anecdotal machine that's anecdotal equipment. A 2 years old watch it so it doesn't take 2 or 3 years it'll be like that. In 2017 I got a grader that was the last one we got, that's way back. That's how long it took. It takes a lot of money, over $1 million for 1 mile. So even that, it takes a long time, 5 years, 6 years, will be like 1 year, 2 years, will be like that. Oh, what the big, the same one who's all based on located there. Kokoro yaha put all yaha shinaki nash nishakol Washington Lotore, Yaha, Baneka, or the project, CDD chapter, but no, there was 9 chapters in today's day, or so 69, or today's every month. She could have the Argentina, Argentina, not reading people, not so secure or report the carnage, and Papa Nahashnet, he keeps his word next month, 2 years of the show, Adeja put on the Mishla. Saegaha put a shnita note or put a tida. They won't do it. But they'll lie about it. Could you hit Ella Equaneha, Niki Padon, Ella Khan? Ajo this day. A coeto papa no sendole. Aro Odeno, Dana. Look at their actions. But Oedika and Wado, but Oegaha, couldn't Kagi, even Nachitano, Hashit or Egaha, Aputsa, kind of switch around without Zalata. For Otto Eva, who is Nico, Koro Egaha, the Nanishin Denike, Abahazinia, Koro Egaha, they are then logic the Kun contact Nikia. And then you put in down resolution 33, the big one, the beach one, it will need a long oil yacht. A cocoa, that's it, a Nishike, a hard as a summer, they go, a check at all need for big one, it's not going to take overnight instead. At least it's a start, Hashin Sago being of the way. Arabe, Cocoa, a I dominanish, the Pahazado, I die, Yinashnish, a call, Banan, a Cocoa, a did it, they Kailach, in Latanos, and when they, the room, the veterans buildings, a base of it, any cable, put all, Arna, a base of it, any cable, and all a which is millions of dollars, as me. I don't know quite horse lake or okay, I think State Highway 371 to audit for the national. For AA, the Hawkinish audit a private, for the way down there. There's a lot so little audit of the Vietnam. For a run for the wall, they audit for everyone in the outdoor. For the house is it the only gate in India? Ege kende kanat boy yaha chato yas latso is for lossen. A kokoro yaha tita nese konne yo shashte ku konne me kiko yo kako sha ta yo ani hit the puzzle we know who's going to do the work. So kashe ka yaro quite a long game and stuff. So it's the puzzle know that. Kashin handle nicht. Und da dino steke pata yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, I was just watching, look at this calendar right here. If you have Native Americans that are heroes, I just want to run it by you. That bridge is the 131 that's named after Raymond J. Platero. I did that for him. And I also did a bridge at the 140, which was in honor of Jackson Gibson. That's another Native American hero. And then I did another one at the 131, John I. King. That's another veteran, American hero. And these people are Native Americans. I did that for them because, you know, I believe in what I'm doing. Thank you very much.
Some of that capital outlay money. So we need a new wellness center here in Pohachi. And I was hoping you'd match $4 million. And then probably we can do this wellness center. And that's what we're looking forward to. Just think about it, you know, you probably work with us on that.
I will work with you on that. Maybe run one by real quick. If you guys get capital outlay money, spend it. A lot of communities, they're losing that money. Over a few, a lot of people, $100,000 they can spend it. You know,
I don't know if we still have that $4 million. We probably need to spend it right away. Ira.
So, Mr. Garcia, I just wanted to thank you for coming out. I know during COVID you did help us a lot. All I remember was onions. You had brought us a lot of onions and water. But I think one of the things, if you get into this position, I feel that you shouldn't, not to say anything to you, Anita, or your chapters out there, is that you focus too much on those chapters out there. None of the projects within Tohajiway was never supported by you. So I know at times we didn't get any preschool funding from the school. We provided you a report, chapter meeting, we sent you an email to you and your staff, but when we got to the chapter staff, or when we got to the Capitol, you didn't know anything about these reports. And so right now, there was really no advocacy that was happening on that side. And I think that's the reason why the community had voted a certain way and so as far as the capital outlay projects, don't focus so much on Navajo because Navajo doesn't focus on us. I know that you talked about the Farmington or the Gallup water line, the root projects, the veteran center. We want a veteran center. We want a water line. We want more funding on this side. That had never happened when you were in office, so I do request that because at times we're always left out. Although there are bigger chapters on that side, we have the connections around within this area. So I know some of the other chapters, their capital outlay projects are going through the DCD or whatever on that side, and that's a holdup. So from what I hear during the council sessions, a lot of that money is not being spent. So it's not the chapter's fault, it's the Navajo Nation's fault. So right now there's two organizations within the community that can receive direct funding. And so I think that's where we really need your support. Ira, same thing. I know you're going to speak. Everything that I'm saying goes from him to you too. Another thing is that we have been trying to request a new chapter house for about a year, almost a year and a half right now. We don't get support. We don't get support from our Navajo Nation council delegate. We don't get support from the New Mexico state representative. We don't get support from the Navajo Nation president. Well, you guys have been complaining about a new chapter house, so this is the time to give your wish list to Garcia right here because he might get into that position. So, I mean, I think that's where I really stand, is I really we do need that support. So, I mean, if you're all for it, I think that's one thing that you should say, like, this is my project to you, so that your community members can hear it too. So I think that's where I would support someone who's going to go through a new chapter house. Wellness Center, they already have funding on that side, but I would want you to say, I will put some money down for a new chapter house for you, and then you'll get my support. So that's all you have to say, and I want to move forward with that, because you do support chapters out there. You never supported Alamo to Hajile. It's always Navajo. There's more than Navajo East. So
Keep it.
I get that from Art.
yeah.
But I did water. Yeah, that water line. That's where the money was going.
But oh yeah, Mr. Ira.
Backhoe.
She Ira Vanderbergen is she Irish and she Arokia Honey Bushi Irish she those Kachi Irish another. And then my kids, they're sitting on chilling. And then my mom, who was outside cooking for you guys, she's ice kidney. So I know it originated here a long time ago. My Nolly man was Joe Vanderberg Sr., Navajo code talker. My Nolly woman was Bessie Desiderio. Her name is on the chapter house next door. So I'm your Wade, your son, your brother, your Nolly. I'm heavily invested here, heavily related here. So I wanted to say that today I had to run. My daughter had an emergency. I took her to my mom, and I got here as soon as I could. I'm very happy, even though it took a long time. I want you guys to be proud. You have a lot of people in here, and your voice and your opinion. If it takes all day, if it takes all month, let every voice be heard, and I'm very proud that you guys do that. I can tell that there's a lot of turmoil and a lot of stuff going on that's happening, and I want to let you know that it's not by accident. It's on purpose from people up here. They want you fighting over the crumbs. They want you arguing with each other. But it's very important that you guys remember that you are family, and that you do have people here that will back you up. I have my opponents here that I'm running against. I'm running for council delegate. They're here, Mr. Hosky King from Baca Pruitt, Mr. Earl Apachito, Mr. Norman Legay, and I want you guys to know I will never disrespect them. Hosky's I call him Shajad. Earl Apachito has a name that's very worthy and beautiful in Alamo, and Norman's been doing a lot of work. But I think it's time, guys. We're in a lot of trouble with the Navajo Nation. The United States is in trouble. You need someone who's a bulldog, someone who's going to go in there and fight for you, someone who's not afraid to sit and listen. And that's what I can do for you guys. I have my master's in healthcare administration. I could run your clinic over here. I converted PL 93638s in Fort Defiance. We changed that to Cehozo Medical Center. We went from $44 million to $144 million really quick. So I know how to do business, and I know how to get things done. I won't take any more of your time, only to say that I brought the food today. I fed you guys. I hope it tasted good. I'll never come empty-handed. I'll never leave you guys hanging, and I promise I'll be here. And I know Harry, so I'll kick you and get him going, and I'll work with him. I can work with the state. I can work with the feds. I can work with the local places. I think you guys are very unique. I'm very proud of the 13-member, 12-board-member thing that you guys have. That was before the United States, before the Navajo Nation government, before all of that. And I want to help that grow. I want to give you guys power back to the people. At the same time, I respect the Vice President, the Secretary, and the President for what they're doing. Nobody is trying to purposely do anything bad. I really, truly believe that. It's just all these policies and procedures coming from somewhere else. You hear it, the DCD. Those are all middlemen. The money needs to come directly to you guys, directly to the people. And I can help that happen. I'll be in there fighting for you guys. I know that I can't speak Navajo fluently, but I'm learning, guys. I'm learning. And all the stuff that I did at the hospitals, I put all the resolutions in Dinepazad. All the brochures were in Dinepazad. The radio stuff is in Dinepazad. Dinepazad Shishtate. I love it, guys. My Nali was a co-talker. It's strong. It's our, you can't see it. So I'll try. By the end of this, I'll be speaking fluent Navajo and joking with you guys. But I'm going to be here. You're going to see me. I was here yesterday, 4 hours with my kids. Here today, 5 hours. No matter how long it takes, I'll be here backing you guys up. I love you guys. So I know my other candidates are going to talk, but I'm going to let you know they're here to endorse me. They're all voting for me. So you guys might as well vote for me. So, yeah.
Thank you, Ira. There's a question. Lori?
Question, Ira. Have you ever been there before? Have you ever been a delegate or anything?
I'm going to let you guys know I'm the guy behind the guy behind the guy. So you guys know Lawrence T. Morgan when they were at 88? So I ran the speaker's office. So I wrote the resolutions. I worked with the lawyers. I worked with the stuff in the background. So Window Rock, I was right in there in the heart of it. I also worked with our chapter. I was in the heart of it. But usually I'm behind. I'm the one who does the work. I can write grants. I bring in the money. I write the resolutions. I do the hard work. So not only that, but in Washington, D.C., I worked on the farm bill as well. So the 2024 farm bill that's coming out, that's my work. I own businesses. I have farms. I have animals. We take care of that stuff. So from the local level all the way up to Washington, I'm the guy who does the work behind the politicians, behind the CEOs, behind the managers. They take credit for the work that I do. But now, I can't let it happen anymore. Too much waste, guys. Too much money being lost. No accountability. That kind of stuff has to stop. And I hope it stops with me. You know, we got to do that. So, yes. And my flyers are back here. And I want to clarify one huge thing. I grow hemp. Not cannabis, hemp. These are the kind of things that we make with the hemp paper. These books I self-publish, so my brother writes the books, we have them. If you have grandkids, come to me, I'll give you a book. This is out of hemp. This blanket right here, this shawl, this is out of hemp and wool. This is not what you guys smoke. I think this is a really important thing that we can do from home. These are jobs that you can have here. We don't need the internet. We need the land and we need water. So that's what I can do for you guys.
So it sounds like you can do legislation right away for us up in Wind Rock if we send you up there, right? No. You're not going to sit there and go to sleep.
Here's the thing about me. Since I've been going to the chapters and to the communities, I changed my whole campaign. I first came in saying, these are my ideas. I got my master's. I know better than da-da-da-da-da. But when I started to sit with you guys, watching where people live, guys, we're suffering. Yep. We don't have housing. We don't have water. Yes. I don't need to wait till I get into office. I'm knowing you now. I'm starting work now. Last night, yesterday, connecting these I-40 places. We need to start now. Chapter House, that's easy. Let's get it done.
Denver, June, Japanese, Thank you for coming. I 非常好的意思。
呀，对他们说，这个非常好的意思。那个那边那个行业，husky key 认识都是认识，看起认识呢，看的是咱们一个是人，不把人儿子是切入点，按那个是那的，按你这当时是那个的，按你呀，按你是的，还有的，我呀，我呀说了的。这看了不高啊，那就是那不管是那都不拿来看看，可以一些我然后那那个这你查的这你知道，这查的看的你在但的你查的这个弄把也提，都是按说过的，按你谁也是发生，那个怎么老咱的答案是的。都可以呀，但那也是不好是那个东西，本来那个也是啦，当呀可的，chapter house 的呀都还用单的呢，他的为什么弄这东那你说那种，那给他的一当来呢，他的呀空大是都我听的。で、听的系统听起来听我的，其实按理来这个的听，其实按理这个的这里的听，学习这个难的是，都这是发生，跟难的呀，是的，你是的，个听的个，跟但是的说本是，我还有是的，你说，对呀。你看着 State Road 6，咱们按着或者那个是的 I-40，那这是的说的还弄，你弄 asphalt 变大卡里的，saya是哪子的，呀，但没关系，都那些都别活动那些是啦，那是business。Academy January 呀，咱retire了，是到的天里呀，咱用大卡是用天地区，这是那多喏，一个给他的，为的一切的一切的比亚的总数，个家伙也上喏的，even那天那里卡是喏，那天那是卡是那多嘛。一旦retire 是了，我的天啊，这是但是去到这个一丢是单的，都你看那里我的是说你的大会是的，我但是都但你，可是的那看至少，那说是多，说是这，像那的，这是啥的是啊，他个其实上这，你那去干嘛呢？你看那里个，为什么呀？这个看你空的是只要是说呢，我大家就是说他上来，能到看什么？是他有是当的，的当时的为什么按现的是啊？有话啥东西呢？他看哪里是我看？是诺森多的，当呀。跟大西的是，那头的头呢，总是天的那个，因的是那是，是的是你个business 也是我现在，刚安尼那是那一大是因的，因的错，我因的头呢，总是那的头发那的那大是的。ada di kafe shi ba yana ki inda na gari shi no ni fera hasan grants high school sa khojo ho ban da auditorium gymnasium da hide ya ke yo ya na tapin des ezo da se da si ki ade pa jan ho na vinde ko sa ke ni de sa za water table ka ya新块 engineering 的，安尼个条的呀，的，是中央是都K的， 一那是在那个是在那时候快。Second venture with the gymnasium, a concession, a gymnasium, that was the last project it came to the Swedish. Okay, every Christian on the stone, the feet of Kendo, the feet of Donan Award, who visited the show. Okay, by that, he had car in action and then Hannah. But no, by that. Infrastructure, agency about don't it. Then don't not cut out the other agent. The every tech for car to go back the air would add a thousand to the other team. Artists, the need to pay up by yes, suddenly our Sunday pay up in our own need and not half a cat. Based upon that. 都是可能让他呀，这个可能他是在他呀，他是天然就是的呢。完，他只有你个活的，啊，可以呀，你他呀，安的弄说是，你来的，casino 都比他做 gas station，那么那什么就 offer呀 ，you have a first right refusal on me， but the Navajo nation did, I don't know， 也得是的。That is only up another use by gas station that they that you need to work. I shouldn't have had that they already. Other than that, I've had that deal that she had there. Lord, that the bed was put on that in Moshe, be cut on there, on the cut. But for any than only up the infrastructure. If you can't getそうそう、あれで俺もね、な、けやばのし、なきに、か、つわげとったとに、か、ぼてやとのいばやき、あ、にえ、あんでのしょしょ、えんどうだならいいのちか、きすとにうだんで、かえで、れるやうた、えんできすにどなべ、あらもど、きな、ほしそだた、えんだきすに、な、これよし、which offer, やんで、あるじゃない、いやです。レキスアニアーデ、エヤエンタ、ケヤ、レカシダテン、ノーバナルテ、アードインタスラ、ソールにして、